I quit Fortnite Save the World. It's because I didn't know what I was doing, and I leveled up my favorite gun, and I couldn't make it anymore. I got so frustrated, I quit, and I only figured it out 6 years later. I'm making this video because I don't want other people to go through what I did. And even if you're really experienced, maybe there's something in this video that you might find that you didn't even know. I'm gonna start this video with the trailer that the official trailer for Fortnite Save the World. It does a really great job of what Fortnite Save the World is for people that don't know. Then I'm gonna go through every single button in Homebase, break down every single part, and be thorough as possible. Thanks for watching.
If you're out there, we need your help. The storm came, the monsters followed. They took everything. Our towns, our families. The few of us left are in serious danger. Now, it's time to fight back. All we need is a leader, and that's you. Sure, it'll be dangerous. I mean, yeah, there's monsters. A lot of monsters. But we've got massive forts. Killer traps. And piles of loot. If we stick together, they don't stand a chance. This is our world, and it's time to take it back. The world of Fortnite is filled with places to explore and loot to scavenge. Collect building and crafting materials while traveling across landscapes where no two are ever the same. You never know what you'll find, or where you'll find it. Make sure to go inside buildings. Searching can pay off. Everything you collect can be used to protect yourself or help the survivors out there who need you. For protection from the storm, you and your friends will need to build forts. Use a variety of building pieces to keep enemies at bay and make a strong defense. Edit mode lets you customize pieces to fit your needs, make doors or windows, or get more creative. Stronger materials like stone or metal will give your fort more staying power. Being able to build on the fly lets you respond to threats quickly and adapt when you need to. You didn't make all this just to watch it get knocked down. Defend your fort the way you want. Build sniper towers if that's your style. Or use all of the powerful traps you've crafted to make a maze of death that'll do the dirty work for you. When monsters do take a bite out of your defenses, you can repair and reinforce them during the heat of battle. Keep an eye out for weak spots, because the enemy sees them too. Use your imagination. Build the ultimate fort and use it to withstand all the bad things the storm will throw at you. With what you've harvested, you can craft hundreds of weapons, from melee to heavy arms. Make traps to set up the perfect surprise attack. Or use gadgets that will help you and your team. Manage your resources well and you can be fully prepared for whatever is headed your way. Your friends will help you succeed. Each hero is a specialized version of one of the basic types. Constructors, soldiers, outlanders, and ninjas. Each hero you collect comes with individual advantages that fulfill different roles on your team. Of course, constructors are skilled at building forts, but they also provide valuable crowd control. Primed for combat, soldiers bring grenades, as well as the big guns. And sometimes, the biggest guns. Outlanders are the best at harvesting, and have some unique tools at their disposal. All that and a mean right hook. Finally, there are ninjas. Great for melee, and really into throwing stars. They're good for getting into and out of trouble quickly. Collect cards to get heroes with different skills. More heroes equals more abilities at your disposal. Get your friends together for a well-rounded team. Cooperation can make all the difference. The people need you. Rescue survivors and give them a home. Defend them with everything you've got. Don't seek shelter. Make it.
Hello, survivors. I'm your host, King Dogspeed, and welcome to this episode of Fortnite Save the World, an episode that I've been meaning to make for a while. So I'm going to go over every single part of the user interface, what to click, what to even do when you log in first, because I started playing this game years ago, and I really had a hard time figuring out what am I supposed to do now. I know what I want to get, but like, how do I actually get there? What do each of the menus mean? Do I ask a lot of questions? Let's get into it. So I'm just going to select Save the World here, I guess, which is weird to me because back in the day, that was the only mode, but now you just pick it out of many other modes. It's so weird to see that it's like part of this now instead of the main thing, but that's all right. So yeah, now we logged in. What the heck do we do now? It's whatever screen you're going to log into. As long as you're done with your tutorials, it should look something like this. It's probably not going to have the same mission or anything like that, but we're going to go over each of that. So let's talk about what the crap everything is on this screen to begin with, and what you're supposed to be doing really in the game. Ultimately, the game, you're supposed to be taking back planet Earth and saving the world and saving humanity, saving survivors one at a time as well. But how do we actually do that? And to progress, basically, there's going to be this thing called a storm shield, which is going to push back the purple storm, and you got to expand it. And when you do that, you unlock new parts of the map. And to unlock further, you have to deploy amplifiers to power it on. And every time you do that, the zombies, the husks, come and attack you and your fort that you build. And you have to defend yourself from that. Each expansion is going to be a big fight. And there are quests like these right here that have a story to it. Lots of voice actors, very, very fun. And for each map, there's going to be a lot of story, a lot of things to do. And after 10 levels of expanding the storm shield, the area is maxed out and you get to basically launch a new storm shield to a new area so you can start expanding in that area as well. And you just continue that from map to map and you get to unlock more and more difficult missions and better loot. And I will show all that on the map screen and all of that, but we'll get to this in order. With the user interface here, let's start with the very top left here on this number. So this right here on the top left, this is the power level. That's how strong you are, but we're going to talk about that later. This is going to be your team, basically your players. If you have any friends, you can add them here and they can help you with your mission. And you can also join their missions to help them as well. These right here are the XP bonuses. When you do missions, you can get extra XP depending on certain factors. Again, we're going to talk more about that later. This right here is the home base level. This used to be called the account level, and this is different than your power level, but it is also important in making you stronger. Basically, that number shows how much you can use your gadgets, but we're going to talk about gadgets later, but they're basically special powers, almost like spells that you can use while fighting. And this is the V-Bucks. The hamburger menu is going to actually have a lot of options that are pretty useful, especially the options in the game. There's going to be a lot of things that are very, very useful. For example, one of the things that I really recommend checking out is the language and region section. So the reason why this is really important is as an American, if I start playing the game at like 9 a.m. on a weekday, and yes, I do that because I have a weird weekday work schedule. I'm gonna find very little people in order to team with. There's not a lot of Americans on at that time. It's a lot better if I can find European people to play with. So if I switch it to that, it's much easier to find teammates to do more difficult missions. Just don't forget to switch it back to auto later. Quests, map, command, armory, locker, and exchange. Some of these look like they kind of do the same thing. I'm going to explain each and every one to make sure there's no confusion. There are specific reasons why each one exists, so I'll explain all that. In this quest section here, this is actually one of the maps, Plankerton. That's the second map right here, Plankerton. The first one that you'll access is Stonewood. I am way behind on my quests. Even though I've done a lot of them, I'm just way behind. I'm at this power level. I'm supposed to be way ahead. I just need to do these really. But this is where you get to see the story of what's going on, the characters behind the stories, and even talks about the different heroes and people that you see in the game. So it is very interesting. It's also very necessary to progress further into the game, but it is not the only way to get stronger or to progress into the game. Usually in a video game, you have your storyline, you keep doing these stories, and that's primarily how you continue. But that's not really the only way. So I'll go ahead and explain that as well. It does definitely help. Most of these are piggybacking with regular missions. These aren't individual instances that are specially crafted like they would be in a different video game. That's why that's what makes this unique. And we'll go over that more when we go into the map section. Just know that here are different things that you can do and different rewards that you can get, which are absolutely worth doing. So this team fill opt-in is actually kind of important. This used to be called, I believe, private. Team fill, no fill, or fill is pretty important. No fill, if you have that, it means that you're going to go into a mission and you're going to be the only one on the map. There's going to be no other players. It's just going to be a single player, which is important a lot of times, because a lot of times you need to be going out there just to harvest materials. You're just farming and you're just going to be spending 5-10 minutes just collecting materials. You're not really going to be fighting, and you're not going to be helping anybody either because you're just busy collecting materials. Not really nice when people are fighting for their lives and you're just out there bumblefucking around by yourself and not helping. So it's not very nice. It's much better if you go no fill and just go into an instance alone. It's a etiquette kind of thing. If you want to do a mission with other people, if you want their help, if you want to go help out other people, you can click this fill button. Usually I have that on. There's not really any downside to having people in your team. Usually it's very rare that it's going to be an issue, and it's more fun with more people anyway. So you can usually leave that on as fill. And if you're going to go just harvest materials in a mission and just come back, just set it to no fill. If you click this play now button, then it's going to pick a mission that's going to correspond to this particular quest. For me, it's the Battle of Plank Harbor, which is supposed to be like a big mission. I just haven't done that yet. I'm going to soon, real soon, but I'm not going to do that right now. But if I did, it will take me to the map screen and load me into a mission. But usually you pick your own mission, and I'll show you that later. Let's go to the quest log. So in the quest log, these are all the different quests, different things that you can do that will get you rewards. Absolutely worth doing, especially the one that is the daily quest. I'm sorry, but I already cleared mine. I think mine was like find 2 construction zones in an industrial area or something like that. So you just have to run around and find two areas that are under construction. It was pretty easy. A lot of times it's like kill 300 husks with a pistol, eat whipped cream from a tub of mayonnaise in public or something like that. But the daily ones change all the time. There's a lot of these side quests and such. The rewards are pretty good. The really cool part that you can, about all this is you can pin these. So normally, I mean, there's so many different quests. Like what are you gonna do? This one right here, save the teddy bears. Commander, we have a mission only you can do. Operation Save the Teddy Bears. Bring them home safe. Think of the children. Quest progress is shared with the group. So with this, instead of like trying to keep track of how many teddy bears you actually looted you can just push F as in Frank, which is pin quest. You can just pin that. And I think you can pin as many of these missions as you want. It just fills up the screen if you have too much. It will stay right here. So even during missions as well. So it will help you keep track. It's a very, very nice thing to do. So I recommend doing it. And if you complete if all the completed quests are going to be in here in case you need to confirm which ones you already finished and which ones you haven't. And you can also push these buttons, these arrow buttons, and you can go back and check out the quests that you have finished. You can also go forward and check out what kind of quests are coming up later as well. You can use these arrow buttons to check out the older ones and the ones that are ahead of you story-wise. Next, let's move over to the map menu right here. So normally when you first start, the one that you'll see here is stone wood. That's the first area. When the video comes out, you're not going to actually see this. This is Flannel Falls, the venture zone, and this is the dungeons. These two are temporary, essentially. The dungeons and Flannel Falls. They give a lot of rewards very rapidly, so it is definitely worth doing, but it is temporary. You might have to mention only founders get V-Bucks for daily missions and quests. I feel bad that you can't be a founder anymore, because so many people want to. Unfortunately, most people will not be able to get V-Bucks from rewards and quests. I think everybody being able to do that will be really cool. So you might see V-Buck rewards on my screen and you don't. What is this? What's Find Current? Oh, that's the... Oh, wait, that's... Hold on a second. I literally did not know that's a thing. Hold on a second. Time out. Time out. I didn't know that was a thing. I literally did not know this. Let's say I'm selecting something like this. Look at this. There's a button on the bottom right that appeared that wasn't there earlier. If you push this Find Current, it'll go to your current mission. That's pretty cool because you're like looking around like this and you just go to Find Current. I actually didn't know that. Those are two things that I found out today. By the way, hold on. Like, I just want to put out... Okay, hold on. Since this came up. So I got the game back in 2018. I was basically stuck like here in Plankerton for like 6 years. And only in this January, I figured out how to get past here. So I've only really been playing for the last 2 months. So I'm just sharing all this because I'm not the only one that like started playing the game and then kind of in the beginning feel like you just plateaued and you're like, why can't I move forward in the game? And you kind of just stop playing because you don't know why you're not progressing. A lot of people were like that, apparently. I'm recently finding out. I was definitely one of them. So that's why I'm bringing stuff up. All this stuff that I'm talking about, every single one of these things are things that I wish somebody taught me back in the day. Because yes, the game has a tutorial system, but again, the way that you progress in the game is a little different than other video games. For example, you can't just do these missions and then call it a day. I didn't know that. There's a lot of things where I thought one way and it turned out to be something different. That's why I'm making this video. It's not because I know what I'm talking about. It's because I'm figuring it out as I go, and I want to share what I figured out. I probably should have said that in the beginning, but maybe we'll fix this in post, I guess. Or not. I don't know. I don't really care. Yeah, it's like, who the fuck is this guy? You know? The fuck he's talking about while sounding like he knows what he's talking about. I just want to be clear, I don't. But I am figuring it out, and it is fun. So you can figure it out with me, I suppose. Yeah, that's it. I'm definitely not like an experienced player that is a know-it-all or anything like that. Kind of the opposite. I'm the dude that's been around that is still figuring shit out. But I like figuring shit out though. Here, just as a preview, just so you guys can see. So I literally went up to a wall, like 2 walls and stairs. And I started putting traps on it and under it and next to it and see which traps worked in, around, behind, in front, and above stairs. Just so like I love doing experiments like that. And then the question my friend asked was, did you make a spreadsheet of it? No, why not? I don't know. I probably should have made a spreadsheet about it because I usually do. You know more than the casual player, not gonna lie. Well, thanks. Okay, where were we? Yes, we're at the map. We were at the map. Storm shields. Let's start with that. Okay, so I assume at this point you've already done the tutorial. I am planning on making a how to do a tutorial video. That should definitely be the title of the video. But I can't do the tutorial right now because of reasons. I want to, but I can't. But at this point, I assume you've already done the tutorial. If not, go watch my tutorial video, or go do the tutorial. For fuck's sake, please do the tutorial. Anyways, that is your home base. Super cute looking. Also, I just realized like last week that when you're in this menu that you can see the home base moving, by the way. I don't know why I never noticed that. I love it that it is. I don't know why I didn't notice that before, but there it is. So that's your home base. And when you finish your tutorial, you launch the rocket and you drop this pyramid, which is the storm shield, down. And this storm shield makes a shield against the storm. That's why it's called the storm shield, I think. And every time you level it up, it pushes the storm farther out. And one of the primary ways of progressing in the game, which is the part that I was missing and I was stuck in a map for six years, is you need to click this and then activate your storm shield defense. It goes from level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then it does this endurance max wave. What is that? I have never done it before, so I don't really know. All I know is that it's like a challenge mode that you can earn a lot of loot. And it's like 2 hours of fighting something. I don't know. I haven't done it before. It's like bonus extra for loot. I heard it's really cool. I'm gonna do it later. I just haven't gone that far yet. This is my level 9 storm shield. So it would look like this kind of somewhere. And every time you are ready to level up, you select it and then you click select and then you do the mission, which is you defending your storm shield. I don't know if I'm going to make a video on how to defend a storm shield. I am not an expert at this at all, although I have done it. So maybe I will, maybe I won't, I don't know. But basically you build walls around it and you protect it against husks. There are tactics behind it. There are places where you want to build walls that you just build, and then you hit OK and you scream for 10 minutes. And hopefully you survive. If you can get friends to join you with this, it's a really, really good idea. Because then when you increase your shield power level, then you can do really cool stuff like get more survivors and other things that will really make you stronger. And it will let you access other parts of the map. So the first thing that you can do is select your home storm shield right here, and then select and go to your, you know what, fuck it. Let's just show what it looks like. How about I do this just for funsies? Since I used Pathfinder Jess for 6 years, let me bring her back real quick. This is a little bit of a tangent. I admit this is a little bit. Okay, listen. Locker, right? Locker. So her headphones, really cool. One day she didn't have headphones anymore and I was freaking out and I couldn't figure out where did her headphones go? Why can't I get her headphones back? Right? And I spent days. I couldn't figure it out. I want to show you how right now in case. So you select your character right here, 3 dots, edit styles. And depending on the style, you will or will not have headphones. That was huge for me. I was like losing my mind because I couldn't figure out how to get her headphones back on. I just wanted to share that because that was a huge pain point of mine. Oh my God, this is what I whoops. Okay. Maybe I should not have shown this because this is not good. Okay, so that's home base right there. And this is the storm shield. You know what? Just fuck it. Okay, I might have to make a different video on how I do storm shield defense, at least, because it's most definitely not like this anymore. Normally, if you destroy a building that you made, it's gone. That's it. That's all she wrote. You don't get it back. But in this mode, storm shield defense, it's absolutely chill. It's almost like creative. If you destroy something, look at the bottom right of the screen, the metal part, you get all the materials back. It's very forgiving. So yeah, it's 100% recycling. It's fucking great. I just want to show like what this place usually looks like. So after you do the tutorial, you launch a rocket, which I think is really cool. I like rockets. I like space stuff. And the rocket flies into the sky and then immediately drops this, like right in front. One of the things that you get when you do storm shield defense is higher capacity for materials. So right here, I can hold up to 5,000 metal. You normally cannot do that. But as you progress in the game, as you do more storm shield defense, you can hold more and more, up to 5,000. I wish you can do more, to be honest with you. A lot of times I feel like 5,000 is not quite enough, but that's just me. So that, just the tip, just that tip part, that part is the part that is launched from the rocket and it's dropped onto the ground and it deploys and it turns into this thing and it generates the shields. And you have to protect it. And lots of zombies show up, like a lot of zombies, like a lot. The last one that we did was like 1,200 of them. It was pretty nuts. So you can make your defenses, and when you're ready, you access Storm Shield Defense is what you'll usually see here, and then you start. If you click wait for assistance, then it will start asking for help. And you can chill out. Sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes it's 10 minutes. You can wait until somebody out there is willing to come help you. And we can talk more about how somebody can come help you or you can go help out somebody. It's called play with others, but we'll talk about that later. If you don't want to wait, then you can just uncheck that and click start. Also, top right here, storage. You can get materials from your home base here and you can dump it in here as well. That's part of the storage system that we'll talk about later. But it's basically, if you run out of materials, you can click storage and then you can transfer materials so you can keep building more. Permissions. Players visiting your storm shield won't be able to deploy traps, build, edit, harvest, or destroy until you give them permission. Permission list. There are no other players on your team. Invite players to join your party. If you don't enable that, nobody can break your stuff. Nobody can build stuff here. They can just show up and help. Endurance mode is about 2.5 hours. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not against doing that. It's just that's not the scope of this video right now. So I'm not going to do that right now. Man, this Pathfinder Jess character, man, look at this. Her backpack is so cool. Everything. It's just, she's so fucking cool. Like I said, I used this character for 6 years, so I'm very, very comfortable and familiar with this character. Play with others. So you can click your home base right here and upgrade your storm shield. You can also click play with others. There are specific quests that we talked about earlier here. Quests. Some of them are like do 3 play with others missions. What that means is this. So every map that you go to, well, every regular map that you go to is going to have this. See, this one, I didn't know it was behind here. I swear, I didn't know it there for a few days. If you click right here, you can join some random player and basically go help them out, which is a really good thing. A lot of times there are missions that are just really difficult and you just want somebody to come help you. And what if you're in the wrong, you're playing at a weird time and there's not a lot of people and you need help, and this is really cool because you can go help out somebody. Usually they're very, very grateful about things like that, but you also get a bonus, 20% bonus XP plus mission rewards. So that's really cool. I'll be honest with you, I don't really do this, and the reason is because of what we're going to talk about in a little bit. When you why do you play this game? Like, what's the point? Why are we logging in today? It's because I have a specific goal of I want to get this hero, I want to get that weapon, I want to power up this weapon, whatever, right? And there are specific things that you can do to make those things better. Like you go to a mission and you get gold. Not really, but like, or schematic XP or whatever, right? So this is going to be random. You don't know what you're going to walk into. It's a good way to make friends, that for sure, because again, usually people are pretty happy that you're helping. If they don't want to see you, they would have just set the team fill to no fill so that you will not join, that nobody will join. So, if they have it at fill, I believe you end up going to somebody that's alone anyway. That's been my experience. a lot of times when you show up, they're alone. So they're like, holy shit, thanks for showing up. I was about to die or something like that. So it's a fun way to play the game. It's a fun way to save the world for sure. I'm very goal oriented, so I end up not doing that, but you absolutely could. And so that's just an option there. Also, it's probably a good way to just like randomly go test weapons and new builds and stuff like that. Why not go help somebody else? You know, why not? And you get more extra stuff anyway. You can also see the different missions that are here. So with these missions, each one gives different rewards. You fight in a different location, and each one will give you the information of where it's going to be, what you're going to be doing as well. So you can play with others, but again, I'm very goal oriented. I want to know, hey, what if I want to go get a hero? What if I want to go get a weapon? What if I want to go get ingredients and stuff? Well, you can hover your mouse over each of the missions. I mean, you can click it, but like just by hovering the mouse, it will tell you, oh, look at this one. This one actually gets you a hero. So you can get that hero. You can play as him. He has special abilities. He's good at certain things. And Survivalist Jonesy, I forgot what he actually does. I think I just got him yesterday. Manage. We'll go over this later, but he is the one that Ink Feast is going commando direct. That's why I have him. That's a good hero to have, even though he is like uncommon, but still, why not? Very good to get started. So why not? But it's kind of a pain in the butt to like hover and check. Like that's kind of a pain. So I use a website called Fortnite DB, hashtag not an ad, but could be, I'm just kidding. But so Fortnite DB is really, really cool. It basically allows you to look at all of that in a glance. So I'm going to click Plankerton here, and these are all of the bonus extra special rewards that you can get today. Survivors, very important, and heroes, very, very important. These are the guys that you can play as, and these survivors are the ones that make you stronger. So again, very important. But again, the whole point of this is that you don't have to hover over each of the missions. You can just see it all at once. I'm not going to get into too much detail on how to use Fortnite DB. I recommend logging in. I pay the $5 a month so I don't have to look at ads, because I use this a lot and it's totally worth it for me. Hashtag not an ad. I'm just saying. And also there's really cool features like, hey, I want to go do this one and this one and this one and this one and this one today. Okay. And once you go do it, you're like, okay, I'm done. Check and check, which is really, really cool. You can also click right here, go to missions, and go to the actual map, Stonewood missions, and it'll tell you in detail everything that you earn, what type of missions it's going to be, what kind of defensive position you're gonna have to make. Once you do it, you can click mark as completed, and now you can see which ones you have done. And it resets every day. It makes it really easy to track stuff, because one of the parts that was difficult for me was trying to figure out what I want, especially because I have a very bad memory. By the time I click this, and then I look at this, and then I look at this, and then I look at this, and I need to compare it with what I saw, I already forgot what the first one was. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I'm just saying. And then the storm alerts are very, very important. So if you look closely, by the way, you can zoom in and out, and there's a lot of detail to this that I think is really cool. Just personally, I think it's really neat, because look at this. This is like a small scale model or something, or maybe this is like a satellite view. I'm not really sure, but the perspective changes. Look at how the chimneys actually perspective change, which is really neat. But these green I guess these are holograms, right? These logos and everything, but it actually has depth to it. Like, look, this ring goes behind this chimney, which is so cool. It's like at a certain altitude, right? Like right there. That's so neat. It could have just been a ring that's just right there, but it's like there's a model on the table, and there's like holograms projecting on it. I guess I think that kind of detail is like really, really neat. I'm just saying. Also, when you first start the game, I think all you see is just the purple storm. As you push back the storm more and more with your storm shield defense going up and up, you get to push this more, and you get to access more. Oh, by the way, I just found out that there's like a whole section that I cannot access in like Plankerton or something. And I missed out on some missions the other day because I couldn't do a level 46, and I didn't know that it's because I didn't do the quests. I just found that out. I'm like majorly missing out. I really need to do all that stuff. Storm alerts are one-time bonuses that you get per day, which are very worth doing. So if you look at this mission, this one's a regular boring mission. Not boring, but it's a fight the storm. You defend an atlas, which is your first real mission that you're going to have to do anyway, which pushes back the storm again. And this one gives people XP, gold, and schematic XP, I guess. Fine, pretty boring, nothing really exciting. If you look really closely, if there's an icon to the top right of the mission icon right there, that means that's a storm alert, meaning that's a one-time bonus. Meaning, if you do this mission today, this part right here with the clock, that part you will get extra. That's important because otherwise it's the same boring mission, pretty much the same rewards, but that makes it so that you get a survivor today. That survivor is really important. We'll talk about it later, but survivors are essentially what increases your power level and makes you stronger. Survivors live in your home base with you and makes you stronger. Your shield's stronger, your health higher, your attacks better. Just overall, it makes you stronger, and you want more survivors. You want better survivors all the time. But if you do this mission one time today, that's it. You get one survivor, that's it. If you do this mission again, you will not get a survivor. That's the one-time storm alerts. The cool thing is there's many of them. So you can still do this one right here and get Survivalist Jonesy. It's just you can't do this mission twice and get Survivalist Jonesy twice. So a lot of times what we do is we log in and we check out all these missions, and then we look at the storm alerts and see which ones we want to go do, because those are exceptionally good usually. And we kind of shop around and be like, hey, that's the one that I want today. Let's go do that. And you might invite your friends and you guys all go do that. A lot of times, if there's like a really cool reward like this, like Survivalist Jonesy, that you just start off, a lot of people are doing it as well. So when you go do the mission and you click fill and you select, oftentimes you immediately get paired with other people, which is pretty cool. It tends to happen a lot when there's a particularly good storm alert. And because I guess a lot of people want to do that as well. So it's a good way to team up with people. Storm Alerts has this clock symbol right here. It switches between the clock and another symbol. And this part's pretty important. So if you look at these, it turns into a skull. That actually means that it may be pretty difficult. That indicates that this mission spawns a mini boss. A mini boss is this super strong, super strong husk. It's probably like 100 times stronger. Like realistically, I think it's like 100 times stronger than a regular husk. It's like 100 husks in one husk that can absolutely kick your ass. And it requires the entire team to just like wail on it. Like just, we need to drop everything we're doing and you need to attack this boss, or else it's just going to trash your base, your fort. And that shows up on the last 2 minutes or something of the mission. So when they appear, it makes a dun 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 sound effect, and everyone scrambles and looks at the map and everyone converges, because if you don't, bad things are going to happen. They are so strong, they'll just basically smash through all the walls and just destroy everything, and it's going to be game over. So these missions are the ones that have those bosses, but the bosses themselves actually drop separate loot. So it's almost like double. It's pretty cool because sometimes they give off schematics, they give off crafting materials. And they always give gold, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, they're good rewards, but again, just be careful, be aware that epic mini bosses can be very, very difficult. Everything might be going okay until an epic mini boss shows up and then everything's gone. That's definitely happened to me before. So just be aware that that is a thing. This one is a lightning storm. There it is. So see that lightning bolt? That's important. Take a look at this one. This one has a fire logo, and this one has a water symbol. So this game has a element system where higher level enemies especially have different elements associated with it. So they're either going to be physical, which is normal, just standard enemies, or they might be fire, water, or nature. I have this cheat sheet right here that I've used a lot. It's from this dude. And this shows that there are basically 4 types of enemies out there: fire, water, nature, and the normal physical husks. Depending on the type of enemies out there, you need to use different weapons. You will have normal weapons and fire weapons and water weapons and nature weapons. Basically, if a fire enemy shows up, you have to go get your water weapons and kill it. If you see a nature enemy, you need to get your fire weapons. And if you see a water enemy, you have to go get your nature, which is electricity, nature weapon. It sounds complicated. It's not. At first, I was very scared and intimidated by this system. I thought I am way too stupid to understand this. I thought this is going to be way too complicated for me. But you know what? After trying it, it's not. In fact, I think that this is a big benefit. Why? Because especially in the later levels, this makes it so you can kill them. The really hard levels, especially, I mean, when you compare regular weapons or even the wrong element, you'll be essentially doing quadruple damage to the enemy if you're using the right weapon. Really, it's not that bad. There's going to be a lot of different types of weapons that you're going to be using, but also having a collection of different elements can be very, very beneficial because you can just do so much more damage. Don't worry, there's a way to kind of opt out of this to make it really, really simple, and that is energy. There is this weapon right here. It's not fire, it's not physical, it's not water, it's not nature either. It's energy, and energy is basically the can do it all. It's the mediocre of everything. It's the safe bet for everything. You can just choose a weapon or change your weapon into an energy weapon. It's gonna be fine for all the enemies. A lot of my weapons are like that. It's totally fine. If this is complicated, which it was for me at first, I just had all of my weapons to energy, and you'll be okay. It'll be fine. You won't have to worry about anything. But it's gonna come to a point later where you're like, you know what? I need to do a little bit more damage. I'm okay with adding a little bit more complexity. I want to add a little bit more damage. You're gonna add a couple weapons that are fire or water or nature, and you'll pull it out when you really need to kill something really, really quickly. There's like a boss, there's an exceptionally difficult mission, you'll use that weapon. And the really cool thing is, most of the time, the entire map, the entire mission is just the same element. Usually, most of the time, you do not have to keep swapping weapons over and over and over and over and over. That would drive me nuts. No, a lot of the missions you already know ahead of time. A lot of times, it's not always. That's a whole thing we're going to talk about later. But you know what you're going to walk into, or even when you like load into the mission, you're like, oh, there's a fire husk. This is going to be a fire mission. I'm just going to get my water weapon out, and we're going to be good for the rest of the mission. For the most part, that's how it works. So it's not that bad. It's not even that bad. For example, with this one, it's a water mission. So for this one, you will get your nature, the electricity, the yellow one, out, and you'll be using it pretty much the whole mission. There are a few exceptions. Like there's a bunch of normal guys that are used physical, which is fine. You can still use your nature. It's actually beneficial to use physical, but it's for the most part, you just need to use that one weapon. In fact, most of the times you're going to be swapping weapons more because of range. Like, oh, my weapon that I usually like to use, that I'm comfortable with, is very short range, and there's an enemy really, really far away. I need to go get a sniper rifle or something, and that's why you switch more so than the element. over and over in the mission. That for me, that's the case. For me, it's usually I swap weapons because of range or because there's a lot of garbage husks that I need to clear out very quickly. So I go with like area of attack kind of weapons, and then I go back to my regular one as an example. So it's not really that bad. This is something I wish somebody told me way in the beginning, because this element system was intimidating as fuck for me. But it turns out it's not a big deal at all. Admittedly, at first it was a little hard to get into. It's like, okay, I have fire enemies. What do I use? I forgot, you know? I use this cheat sheet a lot. So against the fire, it's water. And when there's water enemies, I use nature, right? Like right there. And if it's a nature, it's burned by fire, I guess. So you use fire. It's not that bad at all. If this scares you, don't worry, it's not bad at all. In fact, this is something you really don't worry about too much until you're in the very, very higher levels later. So for the most part, like, you know, for the first few maps, really, if you just have energy, you're probably going to be okay. You probably don't want to just do physical, because a lot of them are physical, but it's really easy to change them. By the way, these are not permanent. You can have a weapon and you can change them all the time. You can change from physical to fire to water to nature, no problem. It's not a big deal. It really isn't. I mean, sure, it's going to require some materials, but like if you really like a weapon, you're like, geez, I wish I had a couple more of the fire versions of this. Yeah, no problem. You just change it and then you can make more of it. It's not a big deal at all. You do have to work for it, but it's not that bad. It's a few missions worth, basically. It's not that bad. So when you look at a mission, you can look at the different rewards and you can see what kind of element they're going to be. You can see it right here at the storm alerts. It will also tell you right here, ice storm. They also have other effects here as well. So the blue icons are buffs and reds are kind of debuffs, basically. I'm going to turn my camera off. I'm going to select this mission here. And wait a minute, what is this? Oh, wait, what? Hold on a second. What is this? Find pinned quest? What does that do? I literally didn't know that exists. In theory, the find pinned quest button is a shortcut designed to save you from hunting through missions. When you have a quest pinned, clicking that button is intended to automatically pan your map and highlight a mission that satisfies the quest's requirements. Since you can do this in any mission, the button has nowhere to point you. That makes sense. Although it should highlight everything, if you ask me, in that case, but whatever. Okay, so wow, I didn't know that. That's cool. That's actually very useful. So yes, you can hover your mouse to see if the mission gets highlighted or not. And if it does, then you can go inside this map, this mission, and it is possible. It will let you complete. It will let you work on these missions, because if you have a mission to go destroy garden gnomes, but if you go to a place that has no garden gnomes, you're not going to be able to continue. But that's the part that I wanted to talk about. I thought in any other video game, if you want to progress in the story, you do the missions and it progresses the story, right? So you go to these quests and you go do the missions and the story continues. This game is a little different. There are these quests that you need to do, like do this, complete the Liberate Plank Harbor, or like go kill this, or do a repair the shelter, or go do that, or whatever it is that you want to do. And in order to do that, you pick a place on the map. You go pick a place on the map that will let you complete that quest. That's how you do it. It's mainly here, and you select something that will apply here. Mainly you are in control and you get to pick a mission. You do not have to do this in any chronological way. You can do this and this and this and this and this and skip all the others if you want to. But the cool thing is, depending on which one you go with, it might actually fit the requirements of the different quests that you're looking for. Even multiples of them simultaneously. You can potentially do a bunch of different quests all in one mission and get it all done at the same time. Again, there is the fill, no fill area right here. If you're just going to do regular missions, you probably want to do fill. Now, if you're going to do a type of mission called resupply, like this, that one may be the only one where you might not have to, because this one is the easiest mission out there. It's beginning to end is 10 minutes no matter what. And as long as you're collecting things, you're always going to win. Now we have item sharing. Back in the day, up until very recently, until a few months ago, you didn't want to do this with other people because you want to look for metal, but your teammate just steals all your metal and you can't collect anything. Now, that's not what happens. When they collect metal, the metal drops on the ground for you. When they find a treasure box, a loot box, they get the loot, and your copy will drop on the ground. You can grab it too. So you no longer have to fight for the resources. In fact, it's a cooperative thing. It's beneficial to do this with other people, now that I think about it. The exception is like this is the only mission where it's acceptable to go in and just harvest a bunch of shit and leave. Or just complete the mission and it's okay. Every other mission, you're expected to contribute and actually help. And it's kind of a douchebag maneuver to just go into a mission, let everybody hold the enemies back while you're just out there collecting loot. It's pretty dickish move. You shouldn't do that. In that case, you should just go to no fill and just do a single player game. But the resupply is probably totally okay. It's in fact beneficial for other people because pretty much the only people that are ever going to run this are people that for some reason have a storm alert or a quest that requires them to do this, or like you are there because you need metal, wood, or stone, or whatever. Oh, this is a book icon because this one's special. This is literally my special mission. Liberate Plank Harbor. That's why it's different than the others. That's the one that I need to do. Dude, can you believe I still have a mission from fucking level 40? I need to do this. I'll do this real soon, real quick. Venture Zone. So this is temporary. These are very high rewards, but anything you collect in here, mostly anything you collect in here are gonna go away after a couple months. In fact, it's gonna happen in 2 days. Everything that I collected, which is a lot of resources, they're all gonna go away. All gonna go away. All my weapons, all my traps, all my batteries and sunbeam crystal and active power cells, all gonna fucking be gone. I spent like 2-3 months collecting it. They're all going to be gone. It sucks. It really sucks. I think in some materials I have more there than in my real actual inventory, which really sucks. Is it worth it? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely yes. Because especially if you're a new player, it allows you to get good stuff and power and get really, really strong very, very quickly here. That will also help you in the main game. That's why. It's essentially 2 separate games at this point, because whatever items you have, you cannot bring it in here. Whatever items that you acquire in there, you cannot bring it out. You cannot craft items. You cannot craft your weapons. You can't bring in weapons. You got to find everything on the spot there. Really, really tough. And it goes away. There is one thing that carries over though, and those are trap schematics. So that's why I leveled up. I concentrated a lot on trap schematics. If you have really good trap schematics normally, then it works really good here in Venture Zone. Venture Zones have different properties all the time. During the Frostnite, the Christmas season one, they had this crazy ability for Outlanders that you can do unlimited anti-material charges, which just made you a resource harvesting god. I don't know why they did that, but it's a thing. So like enemies randomly freeze or explode and stuff here. Also, it allows you to basically punch harder than your level, because here level up is very accelerated. Essentially, you kind of double, triple get XP when you do things here, and the rewards are also very, very good. And they also have extra bonus rewards as well. End game things like superchargers and hero vouchers and weapon vouchers and other things that are just really, really, really good things that you definitely want, that normally are really hard to get or just near impossible to get. But in venture season, every couple months you can get a bunch. It's really great. I'll be honest with you, this is the only time I've ever done it. I'll be honest. Last season, I came in at the tail end of Frostnite and I got a couple levels, but I didn't know what the hell I was doing. This time I did, and I was able to get all the rewards in like 3 days. I grind the shit out of it. And in fact, I grinded ventures a little too fast that nobody would team with me because nobody's at that level yet. So after like a week or two, then people started regularly teaming with me. So that's just something I need to keep in mind. Another thing about venture level is you can't go to lower zones. So right now, unfortunately, by the way, max of anything usually is like 140 power level. So right now you see, you have power level 140 here. Technically in the game, there's also a 160, but like generally 140 is the max of things. Like your power level that you can get to is like max 140 basically. There are other things that you can do to increase that and different heroes that you can supercharge and stuff, but basically you could think of 140 as basically the ceiling that you're gonna go for. But right now with ventures, I cannot go lower than 108, which really sucks because a lot of times there's really good rewards over here and I can't do it unless I'm with a friend. If a friend has a lower level, then you can. But it's just to say, if there's ventures season, I recommend checking it out, especially if you're new. It's a really good way to like learn how a bunch of different weapons work, because weapons drop all the time in ventures, and so you can try powerful weapons and see if you like it, and in the real game later on you can collect the schematics and then level it up because you already know how it looks and feels and you're already into it. It's really helped me a lot. Also, like normally before I wouldn't have been able to do level 140 missions, like no way, because my power level was so low. Because when I started this, my power level was like 65, something like that. It was really, really low. And but because I was doing ventures, I can do really, really high level missions here and get really, really good rewards that help me in the main game. Just don't spend like all of your time here. Again, your materials and your weapons and items and everything, they're all going to go away. Even the crafting materials and everything are all going to go away that you get here. So if you spend like all your time here and it goes away, then that would suck. So don't spend all your time here, but it is a fun thing to do. Dungeons is really, really cool. It's really, really fun. I don't know shit about it. I have done a few of them. All I know is don't bring a constructor. You probably want to bring a soldier, and shoot a bunch of stuff and grab keys and get gold and kill bosses. It's really cool. I haven't done much, but this one time that I did it, I got like 500 gold in like 10 minutes. I think that was the one and only. The team that I was with was like crazy. They knew everything. They were so good. So yeah, I don't know too much about it, but there's a lot of quests that are associated with it. You get in there and you just blow up a bunch of shit. You run around the dungeon, but not good for constructors because you're always just running through the dungeon. So soldiers tend to be really good. You can't bring in weapons either. It's whatever you find there. But soldiers usually they have abilities where they can just spawn in their own weapons and shit. So like going commando and everything, it's really good. I usually use Special Forces Banshee for it, but again, I don't know shit about it. Maybe I will later. Maybe I'll give it a try later. I'm laughing because check this out, bro. This is the script for this. Is this real? Dude, I'm right here right now. I'm right here. It's been an hour, 21 minutes. Okay, that's way more than I thought it would be. I was joking that this is going to be more than an hour. I didn't realize it. Well, it's happening now. I'm realizing there's like a bunch of stuff that I'm missing I spent, how long did it take? It took me hours to make that script today. It's like something like 3 hours, and I'm cool with seeing this through. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. Let's go to the command section. Again, I can't. Command section right here. So going from the map, let's start with heroes. We got heroes, survivors, gadgets, profile. Heroes. Change your hero loadout. Upgrade and manage heroes and defenders. Okay, this is probably one of the funnest parts. So let's do this. So, hero section. We have manage, upgrade and manage your heroes, hero loadout, select and optimize your active and support heroes. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't know that if you hover your mouse over here, it actually tells you the explanations underneath here. Yeah, I did not know that. I'll be honest with you. That's pretty cool. I did not know that. Defenders, upgrade and manage your defenders. And expeditions, send heroes out on expeditions to find valuable resources. Let's start with the manage, upgrade and manage your heroes. Cool beans. So yeah, this part's really fun because these are the guys that you essentially get to control and go do missions with, and they all have different abilities, different pros, different cons. It's really cool. Also, there's like different levels of costumes that they have each too, I think. For most of them, not all of them, for most of them. In order to leave this area, to go back, you can push the escape button, or you can click this back button, or you can click this arrow button as well. All that will get you back to this heroes section. I know that navigating through these are a little confusing. Believe me, I know. It's okay. We're going to get through this. All you got to know is that if you want to get back to the regular screen, you just push the back button or the escape button and you will get back here. So for this hero section, you can also go to other sections of the menu that we haven't even gone to if you push these buttons right here. This will get you schematics. This is survivors. We'll talk about these later. Don't worry. And these are the defenders as well. Again, we'll talk about these later. So don't worry. And resources. We're back to heroes now, which is really funny because in order to get to all of those, you can then back out and then go to defenders right here, or like, you know, go to armory and go to schematics. But that was like a shortcut to get you there, which is kind of cool. I don't know why it's there, but it's kind of nice, I guess. So yeah, just know that that is a thing there. These are the different filters. There are many different types of heroes that do different jobs, different classes, and you can easily sort them out here. These are all the soldiers. Soldiers, good ranged weapons, very strong, offense based. Constructors are very defensive. They don't have the mobility of other heroes, so they don't move as fast, but they're very strong and tough. They tend to hang out behind, in the back with the actual fort and build the fort, because they tend to make the fort stronger and are really good at defending it. I use constructors most of the time. Ninjas are really good with really quickly moving around and melee attacks. I have almost no experience with ninjas, but my friends like using him, and I want to one of these days. Outlanders are the ones that I was stuck with, not stuck with, but what I almost exclusively used for 6 years. In fact, I never even touched constructors until a couple months ago, and now it's my favorite. In fact, the Pathfinder Jess is one of them right here. You can filter them out with different the different classes that are here. This exclamation button shows the ones that you just acquired. So the new ones that you have not checked out yet will show up here. So if you just got a hero in a mission, then this is where they're going to show up. This button right here shows all the heroes that are capable of leveling up. So you can click one of these, and then it will say on the bottom right here that you can level them up and make him stronger. The soldiers, constructors, ninjas, and outlanders. Depending on who you have, they'll have different abilities, like spawning a Teddy turret, using a seismic smash for attacks, and moving around with phase shift. A lot of these have in common, but there are some variations like shock towers right here. But a lot of these share those abilities. what's often different, not just their stats right here, how much health, shield that they have, but are this right here. When you click bonuses, it's their perks that are especially unique. Most of these are unique. Some of them rarely share, like this right here. Enforcer Grizzly and Jingle Jess have the same perk. It increases Teddy duration by 4 seconds, but most of them are unique. Most of them are different, and that's kind of the main reason why you want to pick different heroes, because they'll have different unique perks, unique abilities. Let me give you an example. If you were anything like me and I used Pathfinder Jess can summon a Teddy, which is a turret that shoots everything while it protects you while you are harvesting things. So I was harvesting things, I would summon the Teddy, and now there are other heroes that have perks that also make the Teddy stronger. So you can make a Teddy build. This one right here makes Teddy stronger. This one does as well. This one does it here as well. And this one right here, Ventura Ramirez, which is, by the way, most awesome costume ever in the history of costumes. One of the big reasons why you collect heroes is so that, hey, I want to have another perk, a particular perk that a hero has that will be really good in this build. That way I can shoot assault rifles better, or I can use Teddies better, or I can harvest things better. So that's one of the main reasons why you get those heroes. And that's why it's so cool when you check out on Fortnite DB, for example, and there are all these heroes that you can get, even different qualities. So you can make your own build that's gonna be able to do very special abilities with the combinations of those heroes. I don't have too many variations of those yet, I'll be honest with you. I'm sure there's a lot of videos out there. I guess I can share a couple of mine that I'm into, but I don't have a lot of experience in a lot of variations. I have some for like constructors, and I guess a couple for outlanders. Not really for soldiers, and definitely nothing for ninjas, because I just don't really do that. If you come across a hero that you like, that you want to keep, you really should have a copy, at least one copy of everything, my opinion. You should push the favorite button right here. You can just push the keyboard F as in Foxtrot, and it will favorite it. And it's really important that you do that, because you might accidentally delete them. I definitely have accidentally, but if you favorite a character, then you're not going to accidentally delete them. If you do this, now the whole removing, collecting, recycling, all that is gone. So I recommend doing that, especially if you get a special character like this, like Jingle Jess. I had to use a hero voucher for her, but really good character. If not, you can actually recycle them. Before we're done with all this, we'll talk about the whole collect part and the collection book and how to get more of these heroes. Batch recycle. So there's a button on the bottom right here called batch recycle. You can get rid of individual heroes like this by collecting. There's other buttons called recycling, retiring, but this one, batch retire, this allows you to select the multiples and retire them all at once, and you get materials for that. So batch retire, sort. I usually sort it by name. You can also go by rating or rarity. Well, they're all legendary and mythic. So okay, so the mythics are on the top here. And here is the epic right here, and everything else is legendary. So yeah. So you can sort it that way. I usually go by name, because that way it groups up the same type of exact same heroes together, like right here. I don't need two of the Fireflower Eagle Eye, so I'm gonna retire one of these, put him in the collection book. We'll talk about that in a second. Click right here for more, and there's a lot of selections here that are very, very useful. So tile size, I'm gonna click this right now. That is how I prefer it. If you like it larger like this, that's cool. I like to be able to see them all at once, so I usually like to do it this way, but that option indeed is there. Prioritize favorites. I usually don't do this, but this makes it so that all your favorite characters, or in schematics and other things gets pushed to the very top and stays there, so you can see all the ones that are not favorited. I personally don't do that, and I have it by name. That way it's really easy to see if I have any duplicates that I can get rid of. Collection book indicator. This is really cool. So you click this and it shows which ones are eligible to go into the collections book. Means that these guys are not in your collections book yet. Again, we're going to cover that in just a few moments, what the collection book is. The reset indicator is supposed to, I think, be a kind of a legacy thing. If you have a character from years and years and years and years ago, or like weapons or schematics or something that have been rebalanced, this will show you that particular thing is capable of resetting, which basically scrambles and changes that thing forever. I don't think I have any of those left to show you, unfortunately. So especially if you're new to the game right now, I don't think it's something that you need to worry about. Fortunately, again, I do not have an example that I can show you, so I'm sorry. Mark all as seen. That way, nothing will end up right here in this new area that you have not checked out yet. If you want to make it so that nothing else shows up there, you can do that. And I think we are ready for the collections book. What is the collections book? So let's go there now, because we're going to put some of the characters in the collections book right now. So I'm going to skip over here to the armory. We'll come back to the command. We're going to go back to the armory. And here is the collection book. So this is really cool, and it's very important. It's a way to get a lot of rewards as well. They recently boost the shit out of the rewards that you get from this. So if you haven't logged in a while, you might log in and just shit your pants, because there might be, I don't even know. I think I got like 58 items or something like that. I think Beast got 130 or something. It was crazy, but they retroactively gave you a bunch of extra rewards, and it's very, very nice. So basically the way this works is you can do two things that are really cool. One, you can get pretty much whatever character or weapon or traps or whatever that you want, basically. Not all of them, but most of them. So for example, let's say this guy, Hawk. Let's say I want this character right here. Then you can just select him, push recruit right here or right here, and it'll tell you you can just use your legendary flux, which you buy at a store called Exchange. We'll go over that later, or the training manual, which you get from retiring and recycling, and you can just recruit. You'll just immediately get him, easy peasy lemon squeezy. This is one of the reasons why we do a bunch of missions, so we get these materials, and so you can recruit new guys, new weapons, new traps, and you can collect all the stuff that you want. You can do that with weapons, which and how part of the fun is just like looking through all this, because this is really, really fun. Just like it's like looking through a catalog, right? You can do this and inspect, and you can see what they look like. You're like, oh, that's pretty cool. Maybe I want to actually get this. You can see what they basically are going to be like. Yours might be the performance might be different with the particular one that you find, but for example, traps, you can check out all the different traps that exist, or like the really special characters. I actually have Razor right now, and you can also recruit them here. There are a few that you cannot, but most of them you can. So these numbers right here, this is what I'm talking about in terms of recycling. So Commando Spitfire, for example, or this one right here, Headhunter. I can click this and select item to slot, and I can select it, and she'll basically be removed from my list of heroes. I can no longer use her anymore. She'll be stored here. It's like recycling, and I will get some collection book XP from that. It looks like I'm gonna level up and actually get a reward from that. I'm not gonna do that right now because I want at least one of every character in my inventory at any given time. You can keep adding them to the collection book,
And the more you add, the more XP you get and the more rewards you get. And yeah, like for the trap, I was able to actually slot every single type of every single quality, which is a lot easier to do nowadays, by the way, with the new update. You can see what kind of characters are out there. And if you really want it, you can just grab them from this collection book. It's kind of like shopping. And once you slot things, you can even level it up if you want to. And the really cool part is if you want it back for some reason, you can unslot and you can get it back. You do have to pay some materials. You only get 50 legendary flux a week, so that is going to hurt a bit. But if you're like, I want this character back. I really want this weapon back. I shouldn't have put it in the collections book. I want it back. You can. It's just going to cost you some materials, but just know that you can. It's okay. So back to heroes, collection book indicator. So these can be added to the collection book. They're not in the collection book yet, but I only have one each of these, so I don't want to do that, except for Eagle Eye. So I have 2 of Eagle Eyes right here. So this one is a duplicate and it's collection book worthy, so I can just put her away. I'm gonna push collect right here, and I know I'm gonna level up when I do this, right? I didn't. Oh, there it is. It was delayed. Yay! 179. And I got a copper socket slugger. I don't know if I have that. I might already have that in the collection book, but that was the reward. And the next upcoming reward is perk up. And at level 200, that is a supercharger. So there is a compare button that we can use. Let's see. Let's go with constructors, I guess. And let's say we're going to compare base Kyle to mega base Kyle. I'm going to select Kyle here, compare, and select a mega base Kyle. And now we can compare the two. You can look at the stats, and this especially becomes really good for when you're comparing weapons and such as well. So in this one, this base Kyle is exceptionally high level right now because I have supercharged this character. So there's this character called the Ice King, and I want to go ahead and level this up. In fact, I'm going to level it up beyond the max 130 level here. So upgrade, inspect. You can click view here so you can look at the character. The perks right here, this is what they do when they're in combat. This perk, when they're in the support team, basically when they're not the commander, when they're not the leader, they still are gonna give a special ability, and that is enemies that are standing on your fort, like the floors and such, they're snared and slowed down by 15%, which is pretty cool. Also, if he is the commander, if he's the leader, you can only have one leader at a time that you're controlling. Then when an enemy attacks your base, they get frozen for 4 seconds, which is huge on higher levels. That is really, really good. So I use him a lot lately. I'm going to promote him right now like this. Now, usually it will ask you, do you want to level them up? This is the amount of resources that it takes. This time though, since I'm already at the max level, it's asking if I want to use a hero supercharger. That is to push their level beyond the max, which I'm going to right now. And I'm going to do it again. And I don't think I can do it again. No, because I'm out of hero superchargers and I'm completely tapped out on training manuals. I can get more training manuals if I get more heroes, defenders, survivors, and recycle them. Basically do more missions, but specific missions where you actually get those characters. We'll talk about that later. So we talked about filtering the classes, favorites, batch retiring, sorting, tile size, prioritizing favorites, collection books, reset indicators, mark all as scenes. It is time to move over to the hero loadout. I actually have one saved for you guys right here. So you can have multiple hero loadouts because depending on the different heroes that you have and depending on the different combinations of heroes that you have, you're going to have different abilities. You're going to be able to do more things. You're going to have different bonuses. and a completely different experience depending on the characters and the combinations of characters. Let's do the one that I was using for a very long time. So Pathfinder Jess, I'm going to make her the commander. When she is the commander, I'm going to click here and then view, upgrade, and inspect. When she is the commander, her pickaxe damage is increased by 50%. So harvesting things is great. It really is amazing. That's why I use her so much. In her abilities, she can summon a Teddy. It costs 30 energy out of 100. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Deploy a husk crushing robot bear, which deals 13 base damage per shot and fires 4 shots per second. Teddy lasts 15 seconds. You can make it so Teddy lasts permanently, pretty much. Seismic Smash. Smash the ground, creating a fissure of energy, which deals a lot of damage to enemies. This pretty much kills everything in its path that is not like a toughened boss. Phase Shift. Quickly dash through space, gaining 30% increased movement speed for 3 seconds. So you teleport a little bit. Is very, very cool. Let me try to make a setup where I can get that Teddy turret out permanently. So, first of all, the most important thing that I need to do is get a team perk here. Oh, wait, before I do that, the team perk, I need to add an actual support member. I'm going to use this one, Jilly Teacup. Jilly Teacup's ability perk is Teddy has a 100% crit chance against new targets and has a 5% chance to malfunction. During malfunction, Teddy finds a new target after every shot. So if she's the commander, that's even better. It critical hits all the time, makes it really, really strong. She's also creepy as fuck. So now that I added her into the team, I should be able to get, there it is, Happy Holidays. So this is a team perk. You can choose a team perk, which really gets boosted when you have certain heroes. And there's a special one called Happy Holidays that's from Christmas season that I really, really like. Reduces your ability cooldowns by 40%, stacks independently from other cooldowns. So I'm gonna select that. That makes the Teddy recharge much, much faster. But I need 2 other heroes to do that. So next one, I'm gonna go with Outlander again. Here we go. Jingle Jess. I love this character. This one makes it so that the Teddy lasts even longer. I should make her the leader because it makes Teddy last to 12 seconds, 3 times as long. This is Fragment Flurry Jess. This one's really cool. Fragment generation. Every 39 eliminations gain 1 charge fragment. In order to spawn to deploy a Teddy, you need a charge fragment. If you don't, then the recharge time is going to be even longer. You find charge fragments all over the map, but with her, you just got to kill enemies, and as long as you kill enemies, basically you can have Teddy out permanently if we get this all right. Technically, you can do that with this as well, Headshot Jess, but you have to do headshots all the time, and I'm really shit at aiming, so I don't really do that. But if you do headshots, then you get charge fragments all the time, which is cool in theory, but I suck at it, so I don't do it. I'm gonna use this Ventura Ramirez. So Ventura Ramirez increases Teddy range, which is like really, really good, especially when she's the commander. It is amazing. Trailblazer Quinn, how can I forget? Increases Teddy damage by 30%. Gotta have that one. The current meta is to have Undercover Buzz. Right now, she's in the collections book under Spy Heroes, and she decreases gadget cooldowns by 50%. We're gonna talk about gadgets real soon, but you want that nowadays. Trust me, bro. You get a lot of items nowadays. If you want more loadouts, because I have 8 loadouts right now, you can actually buy them from the exchange store, but we'll talk about that later. We're going to talk about gadgets now. On the bottom right hand corner, these are basically like gadgets. They're kind of like spells. They recharge and you can use them over and over and over. Usually they have a cooldown of a few minutes depending on what you're gonna get. There's a whole gadget section that we will get to, I promise. It's all right here. But the current meta is you want one of these, the supply drops, because it gives you free items. I personally like to have adrenaline rush because it's a healing power. So I'm gonna take these 2 for now. We'll go over all this in detail later, I promise. Add gadget. I'm gonna do supply drop right here, and then add gadget, adrenaline rush. This essentially makes it so that pretty much as long as we have charge fragments, as long as we're killing, we have Teddy out the whole time. Usually you have Teddy out for like what, 20 seconds, 25 seconds, and then it's gone. There's like another 40-second cooldown and stuff. So it's nice, but you know, it's like you use it when you're in trouble. But with this, you can use it all the time, which is amazing. And depending on if you're gonna go harvesting or if you're gonna use a mission that uses ninjas, I guess. I forgot why I have that one. Or if you want to use a soldier to just go shoot up everything, that's the exact same setup, by the way. Supply drop, adrenaline rush. That's my constructor. That's my defense build. That's my primary constructor defense build when we're trying to defend a position. And this is my harvesting, and this is my other harvesting setup. So yeah, if you want to go harvesting, it's a really good idea to have all of these guys. There are definitely setups that are better than this. This is all I got right now. I love the way that Penny looks. You know, she looks amazing. I like looking at that character. Ice King, not so much, but you can still put skins on him. We're going to go over that later. But one of the cool things about Fortnite Save the World is that if you just unlocked a really cool character, Ice King, you're here, hold on, let me put that comment, Ice King again. Exactly. If you don't like the way that he looked though, you can put a skin on him. We will talk about how to put different skins on him as well. It's pretty much the same as Fortnite Battle Royale, but we'll do it anyway. But the real cool part about all this is most of the times they have different character voices, so they speak while you're playing, which is really neat. It really brings them alive, and they all have unique voices, so that's really neat. Skins, if you just change your skins, they don't do that. So just hearing that is really neat. Like he has a British accent, and the Jess has a particular personality, and you can get a gauge of what Clip is like just by her talking, stuff like that. It's really cool. There's one thing I learned today. I did not know this button existed until today, until we started doing this. So I just want to share this because I'm a noob. You're working on all these different loadouts, right? And if you want to just like start anew, like do something new, there's a button here called clear all. Dude, that was okay. And then it just clears out everything. I did not see that there before because it's not there if you just have one commander. But yeah, then now you can load up from the beginning again. You don't have to go switching each or anything like that. So that's really cool. I think that's a really cool feature. Also, you might have noticed, but every time you come up with a team, they're actually hanging out here in the back, which I think is really cool. Those are the guys that you chose. Defenders, upgrade and manage your defenders. You don't say. So defenders are actually quite cool. They are basically backup teammates. Usually on a mission, you can have up to 3 teammates. 4 of you will defend a position and fight off the husks. Because reasons, sometimes you're only gonna have 3, 2, or just no other teammates at all. It's just gonna be you, which sucks. Definitely sucks, especially if you're like me and you're a constructor and you're not really there for offensive builds or anything. Kind of sucks. The real cool part is if that happens, you can very easily spawn in a fake teammate, a defender. And so if you don't have a max team, you can have defenders. The more teammates you're missing, the more defenders you can place. I believe it's 3, at least for me it is. Maybe you can get more once I progress with the story. But right now, in normal conditions, I can have 3 defenders. And defenders are really cool because they're really easy to summon. You just need a trap that is pretty easy to make. There's this thing called a defender post. It's one of the traps. It is one of the cheapest traps in the game. So it's just 1 bacon, 4 planks. It's not that bad at all. Just, you can probably make one of these in less than 30 seconds if you really, you know, maybe even less. It's not that big of a deal, and it's really cheap, so you don't have to feel bad making them, placing them. And if you're alone and you need to defend a position, just have a couple defender posts. It won't be as good as players, but it's pretty good. And let me show you. So we can navigate to different menus like this, but we're gonna stick to defenders. This button again shows the new ones that you just got. These are ones that you can level up. So there are different classes for the defenders. It's not really classes per se. It's more of the type of weapons that they use. So riflemen, ones that can use assault rifles. Melee attackers are the bruisers. The gunslingers are the ones that are capable of using pistols. And shotgunners, ones that can use shotguns. And snipers, ones that can use sniper rifles. There's a reason why I have all the sniper rifles. But the long and short of it is there's this special weapon in the game that can shoot through walls. So you want to have riflemen that are just completely protected on all sides with no windows, but these guys can shoot through them. It's not like the only way of doing it, but that's like a really good way of doing it. These purple ones are just unique defenders from back in the day. They're not like necessarily the best, but they are unique. I usually recommend getting riflemen, just snipers is my recommendation. Any other defenders can basically just get killed over and over. You can go up to it and hold E and res them over and over, but it's just really maintenance free and easy to just put a couple of snipers in a box and they'll just kill anything that gets near the base. That's just how I do it. It's not as exciting, so I'm trying to change it up lately, and I'm using Val because Val looks great, and we just did a whole mission to get her. Yes, I just got her, guys. I know if you this is something that you get every year, so I'm trying to make her work in my defenses, which I'm working on it. So yeah, defenders have also a few advantages. Again, they don't just die, so that you can just keep on resing them over and over. A defender trained to fight with sniper rifles, defender training consumes 33% less ammunition and weapon durability. That's pretty fucking awesome. So when they use the weapons, it lasts longer. It doesn't break as fast, and the ammunitions last longer, which is fucking awesome. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Again, if you don't have a full team, no reason why not to use defenders. I often forget, and I realize after I struggled at a mission, I'm like, I should have just had defenders. I forgot. That happens to me all the time. There's really no reason not to use them. All you really need is an extra weapon and some extra ammunition. You throw it at them and they just take care of business. It's really, really cool. And maybe we'll actually test it later. There's like certain setups that work really good with them, but extra teammates, they spawn on the defender post that you created, and they stay within like a 3 tile radius of it. They kind of stay near it, so they don't go across the map and go fuck around or anything like that. They're very useful. I used to really like the gunslinger. I might use her more, maybe, because I got some pistols that I really like. But just the snipers are just so good. They're so good. They oftentimes just one-shot things, and when there's 3 of them shooting every second, they're really, really good. They turn a really difficult mission into a breeze. There are 2 weapons that shoot through walls. One is the neon sniper rifle. I don't recommend this. I used to use this, but it is expensive as fuck to use. It uses a lot of batteries, and batteries are hard to come by. So they're really cool because this actually can see through walls and see through terrain. So if there's an enemy that is way far away, that is like, there's like 3 buildings in between, it doesn't matter. You shoot at its head, you pull the trigger, and it's dead. It's amazing. And you can see him too. This has like some sort of scanning ability. When you aim down the sights, you can see through buildings. It's pretty crazy. But again, it's really expensive. I don't recommend using this anymore. What I use now is the other weapon that can shoot through walls, the Obliterator. This is very low maintenance. It's not that bad to make. It does not use batteries. So this is primarily what I use now. It is great. It is in the collections book. So if you want to get it, ARMORY collection book, I believe it's in the military schematics, military weapons, and obliterator. Here it is right here. So if you want this, research schematic, get the manuals, flux, boom. That's expensive though. 100, it's worth it. Totally worth it. But that is kind of expensive. I've never seen it in a store or anything like that, so I ended up getting it here. But for me, absolutely worth it. I recommend it. It's only the one of 2 weapons that can actually do something like that. So, a xenon bow, I think, can shoot through walls, but I never heard of anybody using it for defenders like that. So, I don't know. Expansion schematics, neon weapons, xenon bow. So this is that famously nerfed weapon that can actually shoot through walls as well. Its hitbox was reduced from like this to like this, unfortunately. Apparently you can just like aim wherever and like launch it, and it just kills everything across the map. It doesn't do that anymore, apparently. I never used it, so I don't know what I'm missing out on. It still is really good, apparently, but it uses energy cells anyway, so you got the same problem as the battery consumption, so probably not. Maybe not. Expeditions. We'll actually do an expedition right now. It's unfortunate that the one that is really good isn't here right now. So send heroes out on expeditions to find valuable resources. What this does, brings you free items. Really nice to do it every day. It takes a long time. So basically, before you log out for the day, you want to start a couple expeditions, and when you log back in, you'll have free items. It's pretty much that easy. The numbers right here show how strong your squad needs to be in order to do these things. So I don't really do the chop woods or the mining ore, because that brings you wood and stone, and I can get that pretty easily. I don't really worry about that too much. These traps though are pretty cool, and one of the reasons why is because depending on the traps, I mean, they don't bring like 1 or 2, they like bring a stack of 10 and like multiples of them, and a lot of them, when you recycle them, they turn into batteries, which is really valuable. You can sort it by duration, name, rating. I'm gonna go by rating. So the really hard ones are on the bottom. So this one is called Lightning and Plunder. Target squad power 275. That's high. It's gonna take 16 hours, and in 34 minutes it's gonna go away. So I need to use it or lose it. Okay. This is not a good example though. And let me show you why. I'll do this, but give me a second. Let's go back to this, the traps. Okay, so the reason why I wanted to show this one is this, slot bonuses. So it's gonna give a reward of stack of traps. You can put in your heroes. Let me make this go away. These are your heroes' power level, and it needs to add up to 100. This right here, only 26. Not that great. If we start it right now, it's pretty much gonna fail. It's not worth doing. It will be a waste. The really cool thing though is it says slot bonuses ninja. That means if I slot this in like this, it gives higher than normal rating. So because Monks is a ninja, it actually gives 39, which is higher than normal. The ninjas are basically worth getting for this particular mission, is what it means. These numbers, they're green, they're higher. Sarah, we can do Sarah. That's easily 100% at this point. 1%, that's pretty good. 91%'s pretty good. We'll do that and start expedition. Launch expedition. All resources on this expedition will be unavailable until the mission is completed. Expeditions may be canceled at any time. Launch. They'll be back in 7 hours, 59 minutes. So by the time I stream tomorrow, they'll be back. Most likely, they will come back with a bunch of traps. I can recycle them and get a lot of materials. Let's do that other one. Usually the ones that you want to go for are the crafting supplies small, because those ones are pretty easy to get and has batteries and such. I think this might be even better, but the requirements are a lot higher. And unfortunately, none of them have a bonus. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Cool. This is fine. 95%. Easy peasy. And start expedition. Launch. So that is going to be back in 15 hours. This one is going to get us survivors. That will be cool. Yeah, let's go survivors. Soldier bonus, slot bonuses. So let's see. let's do Headhunter, I guess. Headhunter and Wildcat. Easy peasy. There we go, 100%. Start Expedition. Awesome. There we go, 94%. Start Expedition. There we go. Oh, these are too high. No way. 500. Yeah, maybe someday. Yeah, I'm not there right now. Survivors. Upgrade and manage survivors. Optimize squads to increase stats. By the way, I did not leave the chat in here visually before. I don't know why. I will now. So that if somebody gives a, for example, the whole adding the durability concept. Yeah, I will definitely add that to the list. Okay, so survivors are the NPCs that you come across when you're doing missions, and you save them, and when you do, they become part of your crew, part of your home base. And you have a lot of people at your home base that helps with operations and essentially makes you stronger. Increases your power level, as we talked about, which lets you have more HP and more damage and more shields. And we can manage them and check out the squads. So manage is just them all listed out. Upgrade and manage your survivors. Let's check that out here. So these are all of my survivors. You can, of course, filter them by ones that can be leveled up. There are two different types of survivors: leaders, leads, and subordinates, the regular survivors. Leaders are very, very special, and subordinates require a combination of things to make it work. But the long and short of it is this: you basically want rare ones. The hierarchy of importance on increasing the power level is a rarity is very important. The power level of each of your survivors, the personality, and their set bonuses matter as well. That's a lot of info, but basically you want to get the rare ones. Well, not the rare ones, the increased rarity. So the green and blue ones, or the, I think there is even white ones too. No, you want to go for the legendary ones. You're going to have a lot of epic purple ones as well, which is okay. And you might even have blue ones to begin with, which is fine. But the more you can get the rarer ones, the higher tier ones, closer to legendary, you want to start throwing away the ones that are not. The only ones that really matter are legendary and mythic. That's the single easiest thing to upgrade right away. There are a lot of things, the other things that you need to consider, but we'll go over that. And just to keep it simple though, really the number one thing that matters is rarity. Other things matter though, so I am going to go over that as well. You can also batch retire these guys like we talked about earlier. So you can retire all these guys at the same time. You will get the materials back if you leveled them earlier, so you can apply it to other characters. The higher the level of the guys that you have that are actually being used, the higher the power level that you're gonna have. It is, however, more beneficial to level up the lowest guys first, because level is level, and it is cheaper to level up the lower level ones first, because the higher the level ups become, the materials that is required to level them up higher is even more. You actually need different types of materials, and so it's just easiest to level them all up to 21st, and then all up to 51st, and then all up to 80. In fact, with the new system, you can just find ones that are straight up level 80, like in the wild, which is crazy. But that's what happens now. They used to all be low level when you get it, up until very recently. It was like 2 weeks ago now. Let's go ahead and go to the squads. Slot survivors into squads to increase fort status and gain extra bonuses. This is where it really matters. When you slot your leaders and the subordinates in here, that's how the power level goes up. That's how you get stronger. This used to be like the main way. This is now one of 3 ways of increasing power levels. But the first thing that you want to do is look at your leader and then try to slot in a very high quality one, high rarity one, mythic or legendary if you can. Purple ones are okay too, but you want to replace them with legendary ones if you can, and slot them in. What you want to make sure is this icon right here matches this icon. It means that they are doing the correct job. This guy right here is a soldier, so you don't want to slot them in here. It will not be efficient. It won't be very good. So this one is a doctor. Her personality is pragmatic, which is important as well. But what matters is that she's a doctor and she's in the doctor slot. That part is very, very important. Also, it is very beneficial to level up the leader as well. Again, you want to get the lowest level ones first because that's cheap, but with the same amount of level increase, the level increase on a leader really affects your power level. So it is a very good idea to level these guys up. This one happens to be a mythic. I don't even know how I got it. It was just really, really lucky that I got her. There is only 2 mythics that are regular squad members that you can get. There are only 2 of them are mythic. It's Carolina and Joel. They were former devs of Fortnite Save the World, and you can actually get them from your quests. There are specific quests that you can get. Finding photographs for Carolina, and for Joel, it's finding the Joel's restaurant, 3 of them in cities. And they are very, very good if you level them up. They are very, very effective in raising your power level. So yeah, the first important thing is that you actually get the leaders and the qualities of the survivors high. The second part that's really important is personality. But again, this is secondary. If you have guys that have matching personalities, but they're like purple or blue, just don't even worry about it until you get them all orange to legendary first. Storm Shield Defense. One of the things that it does when you actually do the Storm Shield Defense, good point, is that it enables all these slots. Because a lot of these are blocked off when you first start the game. The more you can slot, the stronger your power level is going to be. So doing your Storm Shield Defenses more and more unlocks all these. So it allows you to slot more survivors. So your power level goes higher. So there are multiple types of personalities out there. This one's pragmatic, this one's adventurous, this one's a dreamer. And why does that matter? Basically, if the survivors match the personality of the leaders, it's going to be even stronger. So that is something you want to look out for. The leader's personality, as I understand it, will be random. So you can get the same character, but have 2 different personalities. You can basically have like the 2 of the same leader, but they'll have 2 different personalities. They'll still have the same profession, so you still slot them in the same spot, but they'll have different personalities. Those parts are randomized. What's not randomized, what I just found this out recently, is the survivors. They all have the same personality. So this lady is always adventurous. This one's always adventurous. A lot of this is random. You just got to keep getting more and more survivors, and then eventually get a good combination to slot them in. These are dependable, but I don't have any more dependable characters. So I have this guy right here, Neil Armstrong, change. I want to change him to Sacagawea because she is curious. So I want that because I have an overlap. You see, this team also are dreamers. And this team is dreamer. Unfortunately, Albert Einstein is pragmatic and so is Trekkie. So I kind of don't have enough of them right now. We talked about the quality of the characters, the rarity, personality match, and then finally the set bonus. These survivors, they have the same personality, but their set bonus is different. If you look right here, it says set bonus. They're good at something. They're specialists of something. So this one's really good at trap. This one's good at melee. This one's good at range bonus, shield regen bonus, etc., etc., etc. Eventually, if you get enough survivors, you can get a good combination where you get good quality and you get good the matching personality, and you get all of these the set bonuses to also match up so it gives you an increase. That would be the goal eventually. I'm not there yet, nowhere near, but at least I'm getting the qualities there too. Let's move on to gadgets. This is the part that we were talking about earlier. So this used to be part of research, and research is something else now. This used to be the worst part of the game, and a lot of us struggle through it a lot, and I'm glad it's not like that anymore. So these are gadgets. These are items that you can have or inherently increase the quality of your character. And really, in order to make it better, you just need to play the game. That's it. It's really easy. And it's really just your home base level, formerly known as your account level. If you do missions, you get XP. You can even get bonus XP, which we'll talk about later. As long as you just play the game, you'll get everything. And it's not even bad. I was like at half of these things, I think, 2 months ago, and I unlocked everything now. And I unlocked everything like a month ago. It really was not bad. It was not bad at all. It felt like every day I was unlocking something. It was pretty exciting. And now that I did, it's pretty amazing. As you level up, you increase in tier. Unfortunately, I can't show you all the progressions that I've had so far, but I'll show you what each of these ended up doing for me. So the backpack size, as you level up, as you play the game normally, your backpack size increases. So you can carry more things, you can carry more weapons, you can pick up more weapons, you can pick up more materials from the map without being full. It's very, very nice. It makes it very flexible, and you don't have to worry about inventory management. Backpack size increases the number of items that can be carried in the backpack to 220. That's a lot. Actually, now there's been an update on the supply drop, which makes it so it's not enough now in a good way, but more on that later. So build and repair speed. So the more you level up, this gets better. The rate at which structures can be built or repaired from 0 to full health is increased to 700%. So this is really crazy because when I go into lower levels now, when I make things out of wood, it's like almost instantaneous. You usually have to wait there for like 30 seconds to build stuff, and it's done in like 3. It's really cool nowadays. In higher levels, it's more. Building health increases the health of structures by 600%. The highest building health multiplier in the party determines the health of all player built structures. Yeah, especially now that I'm a constructor a lot and I build a lot of the defenses, it's very, very nice. This one was especially good for me, the pickaxe upgrade. So this is cool in multiple ways because, again, I used to use Pathfinder Jess, the Outlander. Like that was the only one that I used for years. So this one was especially good because, again, her ability was that her pickaxe damage is naturally higher than normal. Pickaxe upgrade upgrades your harvesting tool to be more efficient, increases the damage dealt to world objects and structures while harvesting. So that means that when you're trying to, break down a car or when you're breaking down a wall, you can do it much faster. And the really cool part is you actually get some skins from that. So we're going to do lockers and stuff later, but check these out. So when you first start out, that's the one that you start with. When you get to a certain account level, I don't remember what it is. I forgot. It's like 100 or something. I'm sorry. I don't remember. But once you get that up, you get to this, the Vendor Tech pickaxe, which is what I was stuck with for years. I mean, it's fine. It looks really cool, but that's what I was with for years and years and years. And then there's another tier that you can get to, which is this. I recently got this, the laser pick. That's just from increasing the tier of your gadgets earlier. You just get this normally, which is really cool. And then the final one that I just unlocked recently is this, the axe hammer. It's just for looks, but it's just one of those things. It just shows you that, hey, you leveled up a lot. Congrats. So I that's what I use mostly nowadays. I think it's really cool. That's just cosmetic, of course, but it's part of you leveling up your home base level and increasing your pickaxe upgrade. So that you actually get those as you go, which I think is really neat. Storm Shield Storage Vault increases the number of storage slots in the Storm Shield to 160. Again, it lets you store a lot of stuff, which is really cool. We'll go over the inventory system more later. Adrenaline Rush. I use this all the time. It's basically a healing ability for yourself, but later on it becomes a healing ability for everyone around you and a res ability, which is pretty fucking cool. Adrenaline Rush restores a lot of health to you and your friendly players in a 3-tile range, purges negative effects, heals an additional lots of health every second for 5 seconds, and revives downed allies. Eventually, it makes it so that if there's like 3 people that are down around you, you hit this once and they all get rezzed at once. Pretty fucking cool. Next is Airstrike. I got something to tell you guys. Are you ready? Here, let me tell you. Come a little closer. Let me tell you something. I've never used this before. I see everybody use this. I just never have. I'm not exactly sure why. I'm just saying right now. Okay. This and a couple others I actually have never used. So yeah. Airstrike drops 13 bombs, causing high damage per bomb in a designated area. Hit aim to change the shape of the targeted area. Cooldown 120 seconds. Yeah. So everybody uses this. I'm sure it's great. I just don't. Maybe I should. Perhaps I should. What I do use all the time is this banner. I pretty much do not leave home without it. It's a shield for buildings. It's an attack. And it's a respawn point. So I never leave home without it. Banner. Drop the banner, healing all player built structures in a 1-tile radius, and increases building health to 250% for 45 seconds. So basically, if you have a smasher and you're in trouble, you throw this down and the smasher will not smash through your walls. It's amazing. Creates a shockwave that deals 150 damage in a 1.5 tile radius. Banner acts as a respawn point for friendly players. So when I start, when I get to a map, when I get to the objective, this is the first thing that I plant. That way, when people die, they don't just go somewhere else, a different part of the map. They just respawn right there. Super, super useful, especially if you're a constructor. I highly recommend. It's a great oh shit gadget to use. This one is another very, very popular one. I used to use this a lot. I used to use the Adrenaline Rush and the Hover Turret mostly for my Pathfinder Jess setup. So the Hover Turret deploys a stationary hover turret that fires energy rounds at enemies within an 8-tile range at 6 rounds per second. Turret lasts for 30 seconds. An additional turret is added, so later on you get to have 2. You can launch both of them at the same time, or you can stagger it. Turret deals damage to nearby enemies on death. So yeah, this is really good. Again, you can use this as an oh shit weapon if a mini boss appears and such. So yeah, very, very popular. I see people use that all the time. Proximity Mine. Deploys up to 10 proximity mines that will deal massive damage to all enemies within a 1.5 tile range. So I tried using this, but I don't really use it anymore. I thought as a constructor, this will be really cool to place at your fort. But the truth is, if any of the enemies actually make it there once, they're probably going to make it there 13 times in that mission. So it's not so useful. And if they never make it to that location, then you just wasted a completely good gadget slot where you could have used something else. I probably am not using it right. I have tried it. I don't use it a lot. Maybe I should practice with it more. Slow Field. Reduces movement speed of enemies to 40% in a 1-tile range for 45 seconds. So this is really, really good. Really, really good. This is one of the best oh shit gadgets ever. Especially when there's a smasher or when there's a mini boss or something. You use this and it makes him way easy to control. way easier. They kind of stay in that area. They stop attacking your buildings because they can't get out of that area. It buys more time for your teammates to get into position. It's really good. It's really good. I recommend it. Supply drop. So this is the new meta right now. Supply drop. Call in a supply drop that includes 110 wood, 110 stone, 110 metal, drops at least 2 crafting items, drops at least 2 planks or twines, drops at least 2 rough ores or powders, drops at least 2 mechanical parts or nuts and bolts, drops at least 3 traps and ammo. And the cooldown is now 180 seconds instead of 300 seconds. It's like 8 times as good as it was before. And so we now use event people, spy heroes, undercover buzz. This is what we use because she makes it so that the cooldown's half of that. It's pretty ridiculous right now. So like there are missions where we get together, all 4 people have this setup, and we're dropping supply drops for each other because we don't fight over resources anymore because the resources are copied over now. That, and it's times 4 basically because everybody gets to have the supply drop. And it's just like a supply drop every 30 seconds for the entire mission. It's pretty ridiculous. That's why we get full in our inventory now, which is a good problem to have. And you can keep on recycling, but like I recycle my shit so much now. Again, good problem to have. This is like the best gadget ever now. You just see people right now. It's crazy. You see supply drops everywhere now. And it's great. Everyone's loving it. I'm loving it. So I recommend using it. And last but not least, the teleporter deploys 2 teleportation pads, which can be moved up to 30 tiles away from one another. Step on one to travel to another. Arms 1.5 seconds after placement. Teleporter pads can teleport friendly projectiles. Reduces the time it takes to pick up a teleporter pad to 0.5 seconds. Teleporter pads can teleport enemy projectiles. So that's all cool and everything. I'll be honest with you guys. I have never used this before. In fact, I have never seen anybody use it before, which makes me want to use it. But I'm just, I've never used it before. I don't know what the use case is. Maybe I should give it a try. I don't know how I'm going to use it. So yeah, all you got to do in order to unlock all these tiers and make them better and better and better is you just play the game. It's really that simple. Every time you play the game, every time you do missions, you get XP. And pretty much you level up almost every mission. Not really. I mean, when you get to a certain level, it takes a few missions to level up. But like, first couple hundred levels or so, 100, like if you do it right, you can get like a level every mission, every other mission. It's pretty good. So yeah, it's just so much better now. It used to be terrible. This used to be a really shitty system, and I hated this. This was one of the reasons why I stopped playing. It was just really frustrating. Now, the more you play, the more you get rewarded. It's awesome. Personally, I love it. And how to increase how much XP you get, we'll talk more about that later. Let's talk about the profile part. View account level up rewards. Use XP boosts on yourself or teammates. When you complete missions, you get XPs. This is how far my XP bar is right now. This is the daily bonus XP. It regenerates while not in a mission. Basically, you need to wait a whole day in order for this to regenerate this much. But that's all the free bonus XP you're gonna get. That's great. Essentially, if I do a mission right now, there may be 2 missions, I'm gonna level up. That's a very sizable chunk. That is very nice. Once I do a few missions though, all this is going to go away, and so my XP gaining for the day is going to slow down. It's not going to stop me from playing, but that's a nice encouragement to like log in and play a little bit, because that's like good for, I don't know, maybe 2 missions, 3 missions, something like that. So yeah, that it's a good incentive, I think. through different missions and in llamas and such, you'll get XP boosts, and you can use XP boosts. I'll use one right now, and you can get even more XP. XP boost. Use an XP boost. XP is gained at a faster rate when boosted. The duration will be extended if you use an XP boost while already boosted. There we go. So you need to use a few of them in order to match the amount of daily bonus XP, meaning you need to use like 5 or 10 if you want to match the same amount. So if you use a bunch every day, you know, you're eventually going to run out. But then it's one of those things where if you don't use it, you kind of lose it. So you should use it, because there's no point to really hogging it, like holding on to it. There isn't. If you don't use it, you're not going to get that XP. And if you're not getting that XP, you're missing out. There's no benefit for not using it. So you should just use it. Teammate XP boost. So if you have a teammate right now in your squad, you can use your teammate XP boost and give him a boost. Why not? It's nice. You should do it. I try to every time, but they need to be in your squad. They need to be in the lobby before you launch. So once you're in a mission, it's too late. That's why I have a bunch left, because it's like I want to, but a lot of times I have people join me afterwards. Activate an XP boost to gain account XP boost points. Boost points earn 30% more experience for yourself, as well as give a 5% bonus to all other players on your team. If you are a founder, you are automatically grant a 5% bonus to all your teammates. The more players that use XP boosts, the bigger the boost for everyone. You also get extra bonus XP when you activate teammate XP boosts. It's just a good reminder that, hey, if I actually do a couple missions today, it's going to give me a big boost. It's going to be a very good deal. Here shows what your next reward is going to be when you level up. So for when I level up next, I'm going to get some perk ups. All right. It is totally not day 2 of recording, because I didn't think it's going to take 3.5 fucking hours of recording to get to that point earlier, but that's okay. I genuinely thought that whole thing was going to take like 30 minutes or something like that. I don't know what I was thinking. But here we are. I want to talk about not autofill. Autofill is the worst thing ever. So don't do it. Command survivors and squads. So I know I briefly touched about how to set up your squads and stuff and everything. Maybe I'll make a separate video about it, because this video is supposed to be more about like what are all the user interfaces and like the buttons and what do all those things do, more so than strategies on how to actually make each part work, which is important, but I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm just figuring that out too. But I think getting into detail on how to actually do this part later will be beneficial. So we'll come back to this more. Again, maybe in a separate video might be okay. I don't know. But one thing I definitely want to make sure that I get across is this right here. Autofill, please turn that off. Turn it off. I had it on for 8 years and it was a big mistake. 7.5 years I had it on. I just turned it off a couple months ago. It made everything better. I thought I'll just trust it. Why not? If this part looks complicated, I'll have it shuffle around my survivors automatically. It'll be fine, right? No, it's really bad at it. Just don't do it. I'm not even sure why it's programmed it this way. Just leave it off and try to get the best quality color survivors, the oranges and the purples, and get rid of everything else. Try to fill up every slot. And if you can, match the personalities. If you can't, don't worry about it. We'll go over it later. And don't worry about it right now. We'll go over it in detail later. Just turn off autofill. It's very, very important that you turn off autofill. You turn it on, this whole thing's gonna tank. In fact, I think that's right. I thought about this last night after recording. What I should do later is to take off all of these survivors and show, okay, this is how I would make him from scratch. Now the real fun part, I mean, the fun part is collecting
the heroes, right? Because it's not even gacha either, which is really cool. Because me and my friend Chidi were talking about this. It's not even gacha. Gacha is like randomized stuff, and it drives me nuts when a game does that. Yes, to some degree there are some randomized things like what's going to be in the store and everything, but for the most part with Fortnite Save the World, it's really cool because if like you know ahead of time that, oh, I like this character, which again we're going to go into the collections book in detail in a bit again, but you're like, oh look, I like this character because their stats is good, or they look really pretty, or whatever it is, and then you have a very clear path on how to get this one specific character. You can recruit it, you can find them in missions, or if you find them in a store or whatever, and you work towards it, and you can get them easy peasy. It may require a lot of work, but it's not like randomized, it's not guessing, it's not gambling or anything, and I like that about this a lot. So collecting the heroes and then getting like the proper loadouts so you can have the special abilities and have fun in a way that you're looking for, that's cool. And another really cool part about this is, of course, collecting all the schematics, the weapons. I wonder if that's why I do that in Ark Survival Evolved as well. In Ark Survival Evolved, a lot of what I do is collecting blueprints, which is very similar to collecting schematics. It really is. There's a lot of similarities to it, because in both games, if you lose or break the weapon, you can just make a new one, or at least you can repair it. So can you here in some ways, not normally, but there's a lot of similarities, I think. Which, by the way, what I plan on doing, which again, this is just because I want to, what I plan on doing is I plan on making, because I love Fortnite Save the World and I love Ark Survival Evolved. I play the classic version of Ark. I play classic Ark. I want to make a crossover video, maybe even multiples of them. And now that I think about it, schematics and blueprints will be really cool too, because both games have a lot in common. That's why I like both of the games. It may seem like they're not in common, but for example, both of them have dinosaurs that you can tame and ride. Also boars, also wolves. Also, they have guns. They also have blueprints. You can also build in both of them. There's a lot of it. So I want to compare them. Why? Just because. No real big reason. Just because I think look, on this game, it looks like this, and this game. It's been about 15 hours, something like that. So what I promised you guys was, first thing I'm going to do, even though it's not the first thing anymore, is to check out the expeditions. So we're going to go to heroes. Well, it's command, heroes, expeditions. 2 of them are done. Expeditions. It's supposed, an expedition has returned, and Tiny Titanic, 100% chance of success. Did it succeed? I'm just kidding. Success. Cool. Wait, that's it? Just one? Okay. And it's a white one too. It's a expedition, 91% chance. Success. 5 traps. Okay, cool. So those are not really big quality ones. The big quality ones are these. Ooh, 40 minutes. Oh yeah, baby. Look at that. Medium crafting supplies is I usually go for the small one, so I don't know what that's gonna be like. And a stack of traps, medium. Cool. Armory. We just found out yesterday, by the way, kind of how this works. These weapons in the back are the schematics that you have, which is pretty cool. Why these ones are on, they're basically like your highest level schematics, sort of. We think that this is your highest level explosive schematic. This is the Noble Launcher. This is the highest level sniper rifle, I guess, that I have, which is the Neon sniper rifle. This is the highest level SMG that you have, some machine gun, highest level pistol, highest level assault rifle, and highest level shotgun. Here is not so clear. I'm not really sure why these 2 are on, because like this one is an epic, a purple, so it's not that great. And this one's like level 22. It's really shitty. So these 2, if melee is supposed to be there, I'm not really sure what's going on there. So yeah, I might actually just try to level up some other weapons just to like get them on the wall. Yes, exactly. As Gamer Axolotl says, it's up there, even though it's low level. Somehow, that's what Gamer Axolotl said in that voice. Wait, actually, no, never mind. I was gonna do a voice changer. Cool. So yeah, just I don't actually want these particular, like that one. I like this one being there because this is one of my favorite weapons ever. It's also looks really cute too. Although the shape is weird, it doesn't actually look like that. It's very triangle-ish here just for this weapon. So I'm not really sure what's going on. Death Ray, it's one of my favorite weapons. Great. This Neon Sniper Rifle, not so much anymore. So I wish that one isn't there. I might just level something up or even recycle it at this point, just to get it off of the wall. I might actually recycle this just to get it off the wall. It would be like, I would do things like that. This Bobcat, we'll go over that later, I guess. This is like my favorite weapon ever. This is, in case you guys don't know, it's a real life weapon called a P-90. And if you watch the TV show, the best TV show ever in the world, Stargate, also in Stargate Atlantis, which is actually the best show in the world ever. They use it a lot. They didn't at first in Stargate SG-1, but they did later on. And anyways, it's a great weapon. It's great. It's like in every shooter game. Like I first saw it in Counter-Strike. Yes, the original one back in the day. And it's ambidextrous. So even if you're right-handed or left-handed, you can use it. The magazine it goes on the top for whatever reason, and the bullets are sideways as well for some reason, and it works great accuracy, but the rate of fire is insane. It just shoots a lot of bullets very, very quickly, and in the game they do that very, very well. So it's just my favorite weapon, period. Really good weapon. I'll show you guys where to get it later. And that's my Room Sweeper. It's almost like a melee weapon, but it's just really, really fast and really strong, and it's really cool. This right here, her name is Clip, and you can actually get her as a hero. She's actually one of the best heroes ever, like ever. And I guess I can show you where she is later as well, but you can get her from the collections book. I think you need hero voucher, which you can get later. It's hard to get, but you can, especially in ventures and such as well. But yeah, she's a really good character because essentially she'll double the amount of stuff that you're going to get for crafting. In fact, a lot of people that you see in home base, you can actually use them as heroes, which is neat. That's why that's actually my hero. Hold on. It's maybe it's easier if I do it this way. Yeah, because Clip is somebody you can even Commander Oswald, you can have him. By the way, after like I don't know how many years I've been doing this, I just realized that his prosthetic is a fork knife. I just recognized that like a month ago. I didn't know that until now. Anyways, if you guys don't know, it's a thing. So schematics, upgrade and inspect your craftable weapons and traps. So the really cool thing about Fortnite Save the World is if you get a gun, if you get a sweet schematic for a gun, you can make it, and if you like it, you can keep making more. If it breaks, you can make more. Durability is something that we're definitely going to talk about in here, because Pat brought it up earlier, which is a really good point. I will talk about that at least briefly. But basically, you can use a weapon and shoot, and after a while it breaks. Basically, you can use it like crazy for like 2-3 missions, but then afterwards it will break, and you can't really fix it normally. But you can just craft another one. It's not that big of a deal usually. And you can just keep using your favorite weapon. You can try out a bunch of different ones as well. And if you want it to be stronger, you can level it up and research it. And you can even change the way that it acts. You can change its properties. Yesterday, we talked about how the weapons and the enemies, and also buildings too, come in 3 different flavors. Technically 4, that kind of 5, but whatever. There are 3 different elements, 4 standard included, but there's the fire, water, and nature, which is electricity essentially, and the normal one is physical. You can set your weapons to be those elements as well. And again, if you don't want to mess with all that, you can just keep it energy and everything is fine. And you can basically, with any weapon, I believe any weapon, almost any weapon,
almost any weapon. I think some of the lunar weapons you have to have it as fire, but pretty much any weapon you can change the element on it, so you can make it neutral, or you can make it specifically to kill fire husks or water husks, or specifically to kill nature husks if you want to. You can even do a lot of stuff with it. You can, depending on the weapon and depending on the schematic, you can make enemies so that they get slowed down if you shoot at them. It's called snare, which is really cool. You can make your weapon that it configure it so that it specifically does extra damage to bosses, mist monsters, or even mini bosses. You can make it so that it fires faster, or that each shot does more damage, or that it shoots, or that it can shoot a lot before it runs out of ammunition and have a bigger magazine size. You can configure it pretty extensively, which is really cool, which we'll go over right now as well. But yeah, if you use it a lot, it will break. Wait a minute, does this pistol change? Because I don't think I own that. I don't even know what this is. I wonder if this is customizable too. Any hoozle, let's go to schematics. From here, again, you can click this arrow in order to go left and right here. And well, let's take a look at the filters. So this is all of the schematics that you have. These are the ones that are new. These are the ones that can be upgraded and leveled up right now if you want to. But generally speaking, these three buttons, these are the three main categories of schematics that you're going to have in the game. Guns, ranged weapons, melee weapons like swords and such are all right here, and traps. I think most of the times when you're attacking enemies, it's going to be the ranged weapons. I've learned that, well, especially when I first started, I run out of ammunition and my guns break all the time and I can't keep up. At least when I first started, it was like that. So I tend to use a lot of melee weapons to conserve ammunition and all that. I don't think that's really a thing anymore. I just don't think I knew what I was doing, but I got this weapon, the neon scythe, and this was like my main weapon for years and years and years and years and years. I had a Pathfinder Jess, and she used the scythe, and for the ranged weapon, I used the Bobcat. That's all I did, and I never built trap, like ever. I never built traps up until a couple months ago, and now I love it. So yeah, let's go over the buttons that are here. Of course, the batch recycles right here are the same as earlier. You can recycle a bunch at the same time. I definitely don't want to do that accidentally. Sort. I usually sort this by two ways. You can do the rating stuff. You can also push Z to sort this. I go by naming. So alphabetically, you can see the names like this, which is, again, really cool. You don't have this exact same type lined up, so you can see which ones are extra, so you can just recycle them, or else they're kind of all over the place and it makes it hard to see, oh, do I have an extra one of this? You can also go by subtype, which I think is really cool. So shotguns these are all shotguns, and these are all submachine guns, and these are all assault rifles together, which is very useful. I usually keep it in the subtype area, because that also alphabetically sorts it within those subtypes. And I'm going to click this more right here. I don't know why. I don't know if you can change this in the options, but this prioritize favorites is checkmarked. I don't like that personally. What that does is if you have protected favorite ones, as we talked about before, so you don't accidentally delete it, these all get shoved up to the top. I don't know why it's like that by default. I don't really like it, because now I might have duplicates of this thing. It might be all the way down here, but now they're not together and it's hard for me to check. So I click this more and then uncheck the prioritized favorites, and now they're all lined up together, all nice and clean. So that's how I like to start. Of course, you can change the tile size and make it ugly like this. I'm just kidding, but I think this is better. It's easy. It's distracting for me if I need to scroll up and down too much to look at everything. I usually check this collection book indicator, because that shows that yes, these things can be put into the collections book. You do indeed have it right now here, but you do not have it in the collections book. So but again, I like to keep at least one of everything
I like to keep one of everything in my schematics inventory. So I'm gonna keep this, I'm gonna keep this, I'm gonna keep this, but I have like 2 of these. Like this right here, I have 3 of these shotguns, and I don't really like these shotguns anyway. They look cool, but I just don't really like how they work. So I'm gonna batch recycle these 3 and confirm recycle. Goodbye. Now we can use those materials in order to level these other ones up. Same with these as well. I don't really like these, and I'll be honest with you, the Copper Viper, people love it. I don't really like it. People love the Thrasher. People love the Silent Spectre. People love the Reptide. Even the Ratatat. I'm just not a fan of any of these. I'm not. It just, yeah. I guess we can talk like it's kind of getting off topic again, but yeah, it's just not my preference. I love this, the Bobcat. It's there's just like a lot of reasons. The rate of fire is great, the spin up time is nothing, and the accuracy is pretty good. But when you do actually compare it side by side, it's actually very similar. But again, I just like this. Well, maybe I'll get into detail of comparing my favorite weapons to not favorite ones later. But again, you can sort this all out. This method of sorting is my recommendation. Collection book indicator, and then uncheck these prioritize favorites. Reset indicator, I think I had on, and I already did for anything that was there. Again, I believe it's for legacy items that need to be rebalanced. That gives you the option to reset its stats and start over again. But that was a couple months ago, like in January, and I didn't think about recording it. I'm sorry. And if you click mark as all is seen, then none of them will appear in this menu anymore. In case you just got like a bunch of new schematics, you don't have to hover over each one with your mouse saying, I acknowledge this, I acknowledge this. Yes, I see that it's new, I see that it's new. You could just click that and everything will just go back to normal, essentially. So the weapons, since we're talking about every button, we'll go over upgrading them and stuff. We can compare weapons, the Mercury LMG, compare with the Copper Terminator. There we go. They're both power level 12. This is the power level, which is what actually matters. This is how strong you are in the missions, and you'll get to see the Husk's power level as well. So you get to compare how strong your stuff is versus the enemy is this power level. This is the level of the schematic. When the level goes up, the power level goes up as well. So, yeah, let's compare. So in terms of damage, LMG is better. And headshot damage, amount of headshot damage done is better as well, but the fire rate is much better, interesting, on the Terminator. And impact, DPS, damage per second, that's what usually people care about. That's how many points of damage it does per second. The higher this number, the faster the enemies die. Even if this damage part, each shot is high, if the DPS is not high, it doesn't matter. So this one actually does more damage per bullet. However, even though this one does lower damage per bullet, it fires so quickly that every second it ends up doing more damage total. So this one essentially is quote unquote better, in some ways, at least. So that's how you kill things faster. But there is this kind of hidden mechanic in Fortnite Save the World called impact. So it says right here, impact, the amount of impact force this weapon will do to an enemy. The higher the value, the fewer hits it takes to stagger the enemy. So impact is a big part of the game, and it's tricky because it's invisible. You can't actually see it. Think of the enemies, the Husks, as having an HP bar, but they also have an invisible impact bar as well. What that means is if you hit an enemy with a hammer over and over and over and over and over, or with like really big bullets like this in the face over and over, it doesn't have to be in the face, but like over and over and over, eventually their impact meter goes down to 0. And when it goes down to 0, then they become vulnerable to becoming stunned, staggering, so they lose their balance and they waste like 3 seconds, of movement time, things like that. So it basically gets them off balance. There are a lot of weapons like hammers and such that are not that great in damage, but they're really, really good with an impact. So impact is pretty important if you're trying to especially slow down enemies, big enemies too. If there are really big enemies that are charging at your base and you want to stop them, impact alone won't stop it. Now that I think about it, once they start charging, it's too late. But before they charge, you can hit them over and over and over and get them to stagger. And you can even get them to be stunned as well. The tricky part is, one, you do not see their impact meter. It's just invisible. There's no way to tell. Also, from experience, it seems like their impact meter, even though it goes down, like it comes back up really, really fast. Meaning, if you take even like a second of a break, like reloading your weapon, they're just gonna go right back to full impact. And it's as if you didn't do anything. So if you're gonna start impacting, if you're building up impact, then you have to keep doing it continuously and very quickly. But if you do that, you can basically stun enemies, essentially. With husks, it's very obvious when you get like a big hammer with the big impact and you whack them with it, they'll either get knocked back and they'll get stunned, and they'll be like drunkenly swaying with like stars around their heads and stuff. And it can be like that for like 5 full seconds, which is huge in this game. It's very, very effective. And sometimes you can do that with like an area of effect, like a cone effect. So you can hit 5, 10 of them at the same time. It's very effective. So impact here, you might not see that too often or really think about it too much, but especially if you're like a constructor, like what I usually am, and you're playing defense and you're just trying to slow down groups of enemies as much as possible, you want to pay attention to impact. I have a weapon right here. Where is it? This right here, my Bearcat. And this one is not so great in damage. I mean, it is. It fires really fast and everything, but it's an epic. It's not that crazy. But one of the reasons why I like it so much is the impact is not bad. It's actually pretty good. It's got a pretty high impact and it fires pretty quickly. And my magazine size is pretty big. So I use this weapon specifically when I'm facing a big target that's, you know, coming towards my fort, and I just want to slow him down a little bit. I usually just go right up front to it and just keep firing with this thing, and it will slow them down enough that my teammates can kill them and such. I mean, it does a pretty good job of killing as well, but other weapons do it better in a lot of different ways. But that's just here's another one. Here's another one. This one's another weapon where it doesn't really do a lot of damage at all, but its impact is pretty freaking good and the attack speed is pretty freaking good. Also, I can use the heavy attack pretty often because of the way that I have it set up. So it can it can keep hitting and stunning enemies pretty well. So it's purely to slow down enemies. So impact is pretty important if you're trying to buy more time. Crowd control kind of thing. Cool. Oh, that's right. I guess we need to talk about crafting too, at least the basics of it. Again, here are the melee weapons. You can see that I pretty much don't level them up at all. I probably should, but like I mainly just use the Warhammer right now. So I don't know, people don't like the neon scythe for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why. I think it looks great. It sounds like a lightsaber when you use it. I used to have this like a lot of life leech, so it heals me and stuff. I guess that's not like really popular to do. Whatever. And then here are the traps. There's actually not a lot of trap types out there compared to the number of ranged weapons and melee weapons, but each one basically has its use. And I used to think that, oh, this one's sci-fi looking and this one is like analog looking. I'll go with the sci-fi looking one. That's not what it is. Each one has its strengths and weaknesses, and they're very particular on how they are best utilized depending on where you place them. And I think I'm going to make separate videos. Like I have a whole video on how to use traps on stairs.
that I have planned. So, because it's a whole thing. So maybe I won't go in too much of this, but just know that they're all very useful. Just knowing when to use it and where to use it is very, very important to make him very effective. So I need to level up one of this. We're starting with this one. Let's actually level this up and make it better. So as we talked about damage right here, that's how much damage it does per hit. We have not talked about critical hit or critical damage. So I guess we should do that right now. Critical hit chance, we just call it critical hit, but critical hit chance. The chance to deal a critical hit with an attack that deals extra damage. So 15% of the time it does extra damage. Critical hit chance, 15% of the time it will do extra damage. You can increase this, which is really important. This is critical hit damage. The percent of extra damage dealt by critical hits. So nowadays, lately, it's popular to not increase this damage too much. It's popular to increase the critical hit chance and increase the critical hit damage, but not too much. And we'll talk about that later. Attack speed, the speed at which this weapon can attack. The lower the number of this, the better. It's faster. 0.52 is pretty fast. It attacks 2 times a second. It's not bad. Durability, the measure of the weapon's functional life before it breaks down. The higher the number of this, the more you can use it in missions before it breaks. So it basically makes it easier to create a new one as well, because you don't have to create a new one all the time. So it's a good idea to have a higher durability unit, and we can talk more about that later. And impact, the amount of impact force this weapon will do to an enemy. The higher the value, the fewer hits it takes to stagger the enemy. These are the elements and the perks that we talked about before. We basically can customize this as we level up, which I will show right now. So let's go ahead and level this up. Oh, these are the crafting material requirements as well. These aren't that big of a deal, except for 2 things. Active power cell, kind of rare. Batteries, kind of a pain in the butt to get. So you don't want to waste these 2. The other stuff, not so bad. Copper, a little bit, but the other stuff, it's not that bad. But active power cell and batteries, something you want to make sure you don't waste. Okay, so level up available. Let's go ahead and click level up. And in order to do that, we just need some schematic XP, which is right here. I got tons, it's not a problem, and level up. Now that part isn't that bad. The part that becomes a little complicated right here is when you click evolve, because we can only go up to level 10. In order to push this up to level 50, we need to do this. It's going to take up a couple more things. Schematic XP like earlier, and you also need to have pure drop of rain and schematic manuals. The pure drop of rain is the part that's going to slow you down, but there are missions that will specifically give you these, which I kind of showed before, but we can go over it again later. Evolve, cool beans, and now we unlocked more perks, so it's basically stronger here. Let's click level up again, all the way up to 20. Very good. We're going to evolve again. And now this time it's also going to need lightning in a bottle. Evolve, level up. Okay, so this is the big part. This is the big important part that I wanted to show. Yes, you're still going to need, in order to get from 30 to 40, this is the big part where, yes, you need pure drop of rain down and lightning in bottle. You also need eye of the storm. These aren't that bad if you ask me, but the really important part is this. Everyone in the back, wake the fuck up. This is important. This part is important because this is a one-time selection. You can never go back on this ever. If you can just get another schematic, cool, because you can just level it up, make a different selection. But there are sometimes schematics where you just get one ever, and that's it. You want to make sure you don't fuck this up, because I almost did a few times before, and it's a really, really big deal. It's not difficult, but it is an important decision to make. So I wanted to make sure that I highlight this part. So at this point, going from level 30 to 40, when you evolve, you get to choose an evolution path. And this is like the only time you really do it. So it's not complicated, but it is important. So I want to explain this part. You can either choose for your schematic to become obsidian or shadow shard. Meaning when you craft it, you're gonna need obsidian, which is a type of rock. It's technically like glass, but whatever. Obsidian. I think it's actually made out of silicone as well, but whatever. Obsidian. It's like volcano glass, basically. Obsidian ore. It's an actual thing. Wait, but that's mica. Whatever. Obsidian ore. By the way, these are all real rocks. Like copper, and well, copper's not a rock, but whatever. These are actual real life things, which is really cool. So obsidian, if you choose the obsidian route, then in order to craft these weapons, you will need to find obsidian. Okay. Or you can click this and go shadow shard. In order to create this type of weapon, you're gonna need shadow shard. What's the big difference? Basically, cheap and expensive. Basically, kind of, sort of. If you choose the one on the left, the obsidian, it's gonna be really easy to craft. It's gonna be stress-free. It's gonna be great. A lot of times you wanna do this one, or else it's just gonna be too expensive for you. You're gonna have a schematic that's just sitting there and you can't use it. A lot of times, not always, but if you wanna have this weapon that you really like this weapon and you wanna use it all the time, this is like your go-to weapon. 90% of the time, this is the one that you're gonna be swinging. You wanna choose the obsidian path because the materials that you're gonna craft are pretty easy to get. You're never really gonna stress out about running out of them, not really. And you can just use them. They last a long time, and they're gonna be great. So normally you wanna use this one, the obsidian. It's not bad. Normally, if you just wanna have a normal one, just a normal weapon that you use, reliable, go with the obsidian. Now here's the really important part. This is the part that you need to be careful. The shadow shard. The shadow shard is gonna be stronger, basically. Now, if you look right here on the left side, when you compare, it actually says attack speed is slower. So it actually is slower at attacking. You're gonna swing it slower, a little bit, not much, but a little bit. But you're gonna do so much more damage right here that it's gonna do more damage. I mean, look at the damage per second right here. Even though you're swinging slower, it does more damage per second. It does. It is gonna be stronger. And it even does more impact as well. Right here, you can knock back enemies even more. So overall, the shadow shard is going to be much better at killing things. Much better. Why not do it every time? It's because it's expensive as fuck. So this one, I suffered like for a while trying to get the materials for this. Later on, this evolves from shadow shard into needing a crystal called sunbeam, which is really hard to get, which you guys might have heard of the name because people traded it a lot before. It's hard to get. It's not impossible. It's just a lot harder to get. Enough to the point, in my opinion, that if you try to have a weapon that is this, the shadow shard version, and you use it every day, you're going to run out of materials. Unfortunately, that's what's going to happen. And then you can't use this until you go farm, and then you can finally use it again. And then you're going to run out of materials again. And then you need to stop what you're doing and go farm materials. I don't really recommend it. Not like that. No. But instead, what you want to do is this is like your boss killer. This is when your high level friends invite you and you're like trying to do really difficult missions. This is the weapon that you pull out at that point. It's not your everyday weapon, but it's your, oh man, it's serious business now time weapon. Then it's going to be really good because it's going to give you that extra edge. It's going to be a little stronger. It's not going to be like triple times stronger or anything, but it will be noticeably stronger and it will get you through it if you use this weapon versus the other weapon. So really the question is, do you want to use this every day for your low stress, just chilling, doing your regular missions with your buddies or whatever, and just don't really have to worry about it? You're using it because it's fun. You want to use the first one, obsidian. But if you want, like, when I pull this weapon out, it's going to be like the anime final battle sequence. Like, I'm going to kill the dude. Like, this is the finisher move. That's the one that you use. So yeah, that's going to be your selection. That's how you choose. Again, most of the time I think you're gonna go with this, the obsidian one. But if you want, you might even get 2. That's what I do for some of them. Like this right here, the room sweeper. I actually have 2. So compare the 2 right here. So one is shadow shard and one is obsidian. This one is essentially obsidian and this one is shadow shard, basically. Well, later on when it levels up, it changes a little bit, the requirements, but it's basically the same thing. It's just a higher tier level of this. So even though this one uses more planks isn't really a big deal. I mean, it's 20 planks is not, it's like 30 trees. Like, it's not a big deal. Maybe even less. It's actually probably a lot less, like 5 trees maybe. It's not a big deal. And you can see that there is a noticeable difference on impact and also on the DPS, but it's not like triple the damage. You know what I mean? I mean, from this, it's like 10%, maybe 8%. It's not that much, but you know, this might be the difference of failing a mission or succeeding a mission. So when you're really serious, you can bring out the one on the right, which is going to be Shadow Shard, or you can go with the Obsidian one normally, and it's going to be a chill time. So yeah, that's an example. Here's another example right here. I have 2 Bobcats right here. Let me actually do it like this so it's consistent. Okay. So yeah, this one, okay, well the level is different too because I put superchargers in this, but yeah, the one on the right is considerably stronger. This is more like 15%. It's a significant difference. But yeah, the materials that you use, the 11 Sunbeam, which is Shadow Shard, is way harder to get than 11 Bright Core, which is Obsidian. So it's going to be normally I can just, oh, also wait, this one uses quartz. Holy shit, that's rough, because quartz is something that you use from the very beginning of the game to the very end of the game. You actually keep using it, unlike other materials that get kind of out tiered later. You always need quartz is what I'm trying to say. And so yeah, ouch. Blast powder, not that bad because you can actually make these yourself, so it's not that big of a deal. Again, very easy to craft the Bright Core / Obsidian version. Normally you want to do that. In fact, I'll be honest with you, I don't remember the last time I brought up the Sunbeam. I have it. I never use it. Because I really should when I'm going for like a really difficult mission. But it's very rare. So most, like 99% of the time, I just do this. So yeah, something to consider. Yeah, so that's the big selection. If you want it to be extra strong, go with the Shadow Shard. Just know that it will be expensive and you will not use it that often. If you want to use it all the time, go with the Obsidian, and it will do fine. It'll do great. But if you just want a little bit more, let's go ahead and level up more. I know I did the Malachite sword earlier, but I actually want to do the rest of it on this neon scythe. I know, sorry for switching it up, but I just love this weapon. Let me tell you. So this one is Obsidian as well. I've had this weapon since like 2018. I've loved this weapon. It's not very popular. I'm not exactly sure why, but I've loved this weapon. It sounds like a lightsaber when you use it. It looks awesome. It glows. I mean, come on. It's fucking awesome. So yeah, I love this one, and as you can see, I made it Obsidian, so it's no stress. I can use it all the time. If you go with the expensive one, the Shadow Shard, it breaks all the time. I forgot to mention that. That's actually quite important. So one of the huge differences, it's durability. Look at this. The durability tanks when you go with the Shadow Shard. I forgot to mention that. That is an incredibly important part. Basically, it just breaks. It's way more delicate. You cannot take it to as many missions. Not even close. What is this? This is like a so it's like 70%. It's like a 25% decrease. It will break all the time, and it's more expensive. So it's like double trouble. It's gonna be rough. Again, you can't really use it all the time, but it will be worth it when you actually need that extra power. It will absolutely be worth it. How do you fix it when it's broken? You cannot, usually. Usually, if it's broken, it's broken. In fact, it's better if you have half broken ones to just recycle it. Kind of. That's not always the case. A lot of times it's not worth recycling. You just want to keep using it. But it's better than breaking down in the middle of a fight and you're about to die. So that's another complicated thing to explain in a different video, I think. This is more of a how buttons work and what to push buttons instead of tactics, I think. But it's a good point. You cannot repair it. Now, you can make it more durable sometimes, but usually that's not a good idea. And we'll talk about that in a second. But that usually you don't want to do that. You cannot fix it and it's going to break. You just have to accept it. But you can change it by your evolution if it's going to be tougher or not. That's where you decide. Do you want it to go obsidian or do you want to go shadow shard? Do you just want to make it a really delicate and break really easy? It's going to be really, really expensive, but it's going to be strong as shit. So you'll use it every now and then. Or do you want to have something that's reliable that you use all the time? Your choice. That's the best place to really choose, because instead of trying to increase durability later, it's not going to be that effective. There are other things that you can put there instead that's going to make the weapon way better anyway. And another thing you can do is if you're in venture seasons, as we talked about before, right here, which is temporary, it changes every few months, you can repair weapons here because there are repair stations with a wrench symbol on the map that you can go and you repair it. The catch is you cannot make weapons here. You can repair weapons, but you can never make weapons. So your schematics are useless here for your weapons. Even if you have really nice guns, you cannot make them here. Even if you have really nice swords, you cannot make them here or bring them in here. That's it. You can only use weapons that you find in the map, from enemies, from birds, from vending machines. That's it. That's all you can get. So no, you can't really repair weapons normally. You have to repair weapons here because you don't have a choice. So let's go ahead and level this up. Obsidian Neon Scythe. So evolve and okay. Evolve. First time I'm doing this in like 6 years or whatever. And level up. Awesome. So this is now level 50 out of 50. Perfect. Cool. So I now have a very cool looking reliable weapon that I actually will use for damage and killing stuff all the time. How much is the damage? How does it compare? Okay, so this Bright Core's Founder's Hammer right here, this one still is stronger than my Neon Scythe. So you can still see that in terms of DPS, the damage per second, my Bright Core Neon Scythe is still weaker in damage per second. Also, it's my legendary and it's still weaker, and it's a higher level, well, the higher power level, and it's still weaker. The big difference though is that on my hammer, I have my perks completely perked up, and I can probably change my perks a little bit as well. So let's talk about perks. Perks make your weapons stronger, and you can even choose how they become stronger. Weapon schematics have 1 to 5 perks. These ones right here. Well, technically this one has 6, but whatever, depending on the rarity. Common has 1, uncommon has 2, and so on to legendary, which has 5. Weapon perks come in 5 rarities. The perk itself are common, uncommon, rare, epic, these are all epic right here, and legendary. This, I haven't touched it like since 2019 or so. It's like a long time I haven't touched this. So let's take a look at this. I'm gonna click, now that we upgraded everything, you can still use a weapon supercharger, which is really rare. Basically do ventures missions, but let's not worry about that right now. So I'm gonna click upgrade, and again, promote is the same thing as earlier right here. So upgrade, modify perks. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. You can click view and you can like move around the camera and take a look at the weapon. I think that's really neat. I love that. I come from EVE Online where we get to like be in space stations and just look at your ship for hours and while chatting. We used to call it spinning ships. It's a thing, okay? So I love it that I can actually do this. Upgrade, modify perks. Here, we can change our perks. There's fire, water, and nature elements. And so this is a really good place to change your weapon element to specifically kill fire, water, or nature husks. And you just change your element type and you will do really good damage against those enemies. There are exceptions though. This is an exception. This is a neon scythe, which is basically like a laser weapon, maybe? Like a kind of a lightsaber-ish? It's a, what I'm trying to say is you cannot change this to fire or water or nature, which is too bad. You know, most of the times you can with your weapons. So right here, usually you can change your elements. And this is not that big of a deal. It requires some resources to do so. And well, 1,500, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's like 15 missions, maybe more. That's quite a bit. That will take you a few days just to change this one thing. These ones, not so much. These are a lot cheaper. You're not married to it. You can change it. Usually it's just this weapon is special because it's like energy. Maybe this one too. It's like a laser thing, right? This one's like a laser thing. Modify perks. Yeah, this one's also only energy. So like, I guess the laser type stuff is just energy. Here it is. This is one of them. So this is one of the lunar event ones. Modify perks, and it's only fire. That's also kind of rare. You're kind of stuck with that. I think a lot of the lunar ones are like fireworks or just fire stuff, breathing fire, all that. We do have weapons from Christmas, which are all water. So they are out there, but usually not. Usually you can customize it. And usually if you cannot customize it, it's cool enough that you don't give a fuck. But that's just me. That's just me personally. This is so fun to use. It's so cool to use. Maybe we'll actually go take it for a spin later. I haven't used this in a very long time. Not because I don't like it. I just haven't leveled it up. So, you cannot change this. You can't change it. However, you can upgrade this. So this initially starts at level 1, which is common, and then it goes uncommon, then rare, then epic, and then legendary. So it goes from gray to green to blue to purple and orange. And it's going to be a lot stronger if you do, because now with level 5 or legendary, it goes from 15% extra damage to 20% extra damage. So hey, it's for content, right? I'm going to use my resources and just do it. It is expensive. In fact, let me tell you what, the resources that you need in order to upgrade the perks is like 90% of the grind time that you have, in my opinion, in my experience. And like doing this is kind of a big deal. Sure, crafting stuff, you gotta grind or do missions. Sure, getting the schematic and all that stuff. Yes. But once you get it, in order to make it really good, you can. It's really customizable. It's really cool. But this is where it takes a long time. So it's kind of a big deal that I'm doing this on camera. I'm glad to do it. I'm glad that I'm doing it here right now because it is a big deal is what I'm trying to say. So this one, that was a no-brainer. There's no selection. It's either you upgrade or don't upgrade. There's nothing to change. So element, energy, that's it. Let's take a look at the other ones. Please tell me I have affliction. Oh my God, I have affliction. Let's go. I didn't know if I have affliction or not. Oh, is this actually gonna work? Yo, this is gonna be huge if this actually works. Let me tell you why. Spoiler alert, you want this one most of the time. It used to not be the case, but things changed recently. So right now, with the way this is, damage dealt with this weapon snares the target by 30% for 6 seconds. Oh, that's cool, right? That's really, really cool. You like swing, you hit 5 enemies, and now they're slowed down, and so it lets you back, because when you're using a scythe, usually you don't go charging in like you would with a spear or a sword. Usually what you do is you get the attention of like 50 of them, and then you slowly start backing up as they try to eat your face, and you just like you just like swipe at them as you slowly back up. That's how you kill them. It's really efficient. It's real chill. And so it's really cool to slow them down by 30%, because you hit them once and now they're not going to be able to reach you even if they're fast. So it's a really cool thing. It's especially good with this particular perk. Some of these perks synergizes very, very well, because if you hit them once and you slow them down, now you do 37.5% extra damage on your second and third and fourth and fifth hits. So after the first hit, you're going to start hitting them so much harder until they die. It is just a free bonus. Like, why not? It is amazing to have this. So not all weapons have this synergy, but if you have the combination of doing snare and doing damage to snare, great to have them both. Unfortunately, a lot of times you don't have that. Most of my weapons don't have that, but this one does. Super lucky that we do. So that's really nice, but I'm gonna change it, and here's why. Because Affliction is so much better. We'll get to Affliction in a sec. After eliminating five enemies with this weapon within 15 seconds, regenerate 25% of your shield over 3 seconds. So a tanky kind of setup might be cool. Again, I'm not going to choose that right now, but it can help with your shield regeneration. Nice. Hitting an enemy with this weapon grants 6% damage for 5 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. So that's 30%, 6 times 5, 30% extra damage. You just keep hitting it, and every time you hit him, you're going to hit him harder every single time. Very cool. I'm not going to go with that. And here's why. Because Affliction is now so much better now. I don't exactly know when that changed, but I'm sure it was pretty recent. Specifically, I remember a video by Team Vash that used to make YouTube videos and a lot of good tutorial videos. The snare, or should you choose Affliction? And the bottom line was, it doesn't really matter. They're both great. Affliction is poison, basically. Affliction is every second they will take extra damage. So for 6 seconds, they'll take damage, just like poison in different video games. You can think of it as poison, basically. But the amount of poison damage that it does is not that much. It's like a fraction of like your one swipe attack or one shot. So it's cool, but it's not that great. Whatever. Used to be. Now it's different, but it used to be not that great. And weapon snares is pretty cool, but it doesn't do more damage. So what's the point, right? Yes, you can synergize, but you can also synergize with afflicted targets here as well. So again, what's the difference? Why slow them down when you can do a little bit more damage? And the conclusion of that discussion was, if it doesn't matter, don't worry, because not everybody gets to use this. It depends on your schematics. So if you don't have it, don't worry. Just pick either one that you have. It will be fine. But if you had to choose in higher levels, it may be more efficient to go with snare. And in lower levels, it may be more efficient to go with affliction. That's where that discussion was. That is majorly changed recently, and I just don't know when it was. So as of the recording of this video right now, it's March 31st of 2026. What happens now is your damage becomes 700% of normal. It is absolutely insane right now. I don't know why it's like that. At least for my guns, it is. I have not done it with melee weapons, so we're gonna go try. But it is insane right now. Right now, if you choose affliction, you shoot an enemy, it then multiplies that by 6. No, it multiplies it by 7 because it does it 6 more times. It just takes a full 6 seconds for it to happen. So before, if there are enemies, you aim at their head and you keep shooting until your bullets are out or the guy dies, right? Not anymore. Nowadays, you aim at their face, you shoot, you then go to the next target, you shoot, then you go to the next target and you shoot, and then you go to the next target, and by the time you're done with that, the first target is dead. But it takes that much time. If you really need to, you go full auto and you spray an entire crowd, and 6 seconds later, they all explode and die. That's what's happening right now. It's really weird. It's like you tap and move on and tap and move on. That's what you do with Affliction. It does like 700% damage now. I'm not really sure why that is the case. That was most definitely not the case before. I don't know when that changed, but that seems to be good. So that's why I used to use full auto all the time because I'm shit at aim. But now it's very beneficial to aim, fire, be accurate, move on to the next target, and then move on to the next and next and next, and just fire one at a time. Is very effective. That's what changes this. Again, I don't know if this is going to be the case for melee, so I am going to try it. So I'm going to select causes affliction for 6 seconds. You know, oh, also though, this is going to be really painful. Modification cost. Resource used to modify this weapon perk earned by gaining venture levels. This is a core re-perk. It's very valuable. It's my last one. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to make double, triple chat. Sure. Causes affliction damage for 6 seconds. Confirm. That's it. I can't do it on anything else anymore until next season, which is going to be tomorrow though. So, hey. Okay, so now since I made it so that it does poison damage, essentially, I need to change this one to synergize, and synergize pairs well. Good combination. Since this one causes affliction, poison damage, essentially, let's change this one to anything that is poisoned or has affliction. It takes more damage. So I'm going to choose that. Excellent. And then I'm going to upgrade it. Boom. There we go. Critical rating, again, is how often a critical hit happens. The more, the better. Critical hit damage, that's how much extra damage it does when it actually makes a critical hit. Back in the day, it was pretty popular to see just damage increase, damage increase, damage increase. Why not? Just make it stronger, call it a day. It's a stronger weapon. That's it. But nowadays, apparently, and I'm not a math dude yet, apparently it is far more efficient to have at least one critical rating and one critical damage. It's a good balance because you get critical hits all the time. Instead of just increasing your regular damage, it turns out if you hit him a lot, then the total amount of damage that you do from critical hit damage compared to just regular damage is going to be a lot better. So as long as you have one critical damage and one critical rating, you're cool most of the time. Now the question is, what if you have 2 of the critical ratings and 1 of the critical damage? Or what if you have 2 of the critical damage and 1 of the critical ratings? If you have like a selection of 3 of critical selections, 1 critical rating and 2 critical damage is pretty cool. 2 critical ratings and 1 critical damage, not so cool, apparently. 2 critical rating and 2 critical damage? I don't know if that even happens ever, but usually what it comes down to is if you have multiples, it's 1 critical damage. 1 critical rating. And if you can, 2 critical damage could be cool, but there is a diminishing return. You can't just have, you know, bonus, and have it all stacked up. Each one becomes not as effective, but still, it's not bad. All that is to say, having 1 critical rating and 1 critical damage is a pretty good place to be. But let's see what our selection is. So we got a critical rating, which I'm probably going to keep. You probably don't want to do just 2 crit damages and no critical rating because it's never really going to happen then. So there's attack speed, which is interesting. And then there's life leech, which is also very interesting. So you can actually heal yourself if you have life leech. I'm kind of a fan of this. I used to have multiple life leeches on this thing, and people told me you probably don't want to do that. I'm like, oh, maybe it's, I mean, it can heal, but now I have better healing gadgets, the adrenaline rush, so I don't really need it anymore, to be honest with you. Plus, when I'm a constructor, my building heals me too, so maybe not so much. Attack speed, I don't think I'm gonna do that, because if I'm right, this affliction poison thing, if I swipe them across the face, they're gonna die. I might hit them twice to do this 45% damage extra, but I don't think I really need to worry about making my attack speed just 25% better. I'd rather put that somewhere else. That's what I'm thinking right now. That's if I have like a weapon that I need to fire all the time. But that's the opposite of what we're trying to do. We're trying to tap and move on. We're going to keep this the way that it is right now. Heavy attack energy efficiency is pretty cool because you take the scythe and you whirl around and you attack a lot of enemies while moving forward. Pretty cool in clearing out enemy groups. Maybe even do this and then phase shift run out, but I can't really do that as a constructor, so I'm not really sure. Again, attack speed, probably not. Damage, probably not. Critical rating, probably not. Maybe heavy attack energy efficiency, but I can do that regardless, so probably not. Think I'm gonna keep the crit damage. What about this? Life leech. What do we got going on? That's a lot of selection. Oh, look at this. That's rare. This might be one of the only weapons that I have that actually have an armor rating increase. This one, if you use it, your armor goes up, so you become tougher. I kind of like that. Maybe. Increased durability. I don't think I need to worry about that because I already have Bright Core Obsidian. This one is tougher and it's cheaper to make anyway. It's not that big of a deal. So maybe not too much, you know. I don't think I'm really worried about that. Movement speed is very interesting because when you're farming materials going around the map, movement speed is very nice to go from tree to tree, rock to rock, building to building. Pretty cool. As a constructor as well, because that's really good if you're an outlander. If you're a constructor, that might help too, because as a constructor, you don't really have a lot of mobility abilities. Not really. So getting around the fort and going into an enemy group and out, movement speed might be good. You know, that's an interesting point. Or we got heavy attack energy efficiency. Again, that if we have 2 heavy attack energy efficiency, we might, instead of only being able to fire it off twice, we might be able to do it 6 times or even more. And then there's damage. I don't know. They all sound really good. I want to go test this. As you upgrade, as you level up, as you evolve, your star level goes up, and which makes it so that your schematics, your weapons are stronger, but also that the tier level of the materials that you use in order to make your weapons and such is also going to change as well. Like these ones right here. Although other things like these don't have any star tier levels, they're all going to be the same, like quartz, like I talked about. But some of these, you can only find them in higher levels, basically. What that means is the more stars you get, the stronger you get. You have to go to a different zone in order to make your weapons. By the way, that's one of the reasons why I quit the game for years and years and years, because I couldn't make my weapons. So a little tangent, but like that's why I'm making this video. I loved my Bobcat, but I couldn't make my Bobcat anymore because I didn't know how to go to the next map. I didn't know how to get the new materials. And so I leveled up my guns, and now I can't make them anymore. It's like I got punished for grinding. Now that's not how the game works, but I didn't know better. And that's why I'm making this video. It got to a point where I was like 4 stars, and now I need malachite. And malachite is a type of rock, I guess, that I can't get in the area that I was in Plankerton. And so I'm like, okay, now I can't make this weapon anymore. This is bullshit. I love this weapon. I can't even make it. So there were 2 solutions to it. Just go to the next fucking map by doing storm shield defense. I didn't know that. 2, so armory backpack now. And this is where you can craft everything. If you double click, here, let me go ahead and do this. So I'm going to filter this with melee weapons. We just made the neon scythe. You can double left click this if you want, or you can click this craft button and it'll go ahead and craft it. So I'm just gonna select the scythe. These are the stuff that I have right now. These are the stuff that you can create. Now I'm gonna click craft. You can, again, double click, but you might accidentally click too many times and make 3 at a time or something like that. So, you know, that's how you craft it. But here's another secret sauce that I did not know that I wish somebody told me. Okay. Again, this is why I'm making this video. This would have made me not quit the game out of frustration because I can't make my favorite weapon anymore. There's this button here. You can push R as in Romeo, crafting options. I wish somebody fucking told me this. I did not know this. You can just change your stars. Look at this. Easy peasy. So at this point, it was asking me to get Malachite. I could not get Malachite. It's very rare where I was, and it just wasn't happening. Also, mechanical parts, it just didn't exist where I was. And so I ended up quitting the game because I finally leveled up my shit and I got punished for it. At least that's what I thought. That's not true, but that's what I thought. What I needed to do was just click this. Make this 2 stars. Easy peasy. Then where I was in the map, I had these materials and I can just craft it. It is going to be a little weaker than if it was 3 stars. True. But I can't make the 3 stars once anyway, and I was super overpowered anyway with my power level in the area that I was at. So yeah, this would have been great. I just needed to do that and click craft. Now, instead of the 5 stars that you see over here, this one is 2 stars. It is significantly weaker, obviously. Like it's a third of the strength, but that's okay. The assumption is that when you do that, that's because for whatever reason, you're doing missions at a really low level anyway, and you can really bring in really strong high level weapons into a low level mission and make it work anyway. There's an auto cap. So if you take a really high 5-star weapon, take it to like a really low level, it actually doesn't work at that level. It actually gets toned down a lot to that level range. It'll still be really strong, but it won't be like 5-star strong anyway. So it's kind of pointless. Plus, if you're gonna basically live there and just do that level missions, the materials that you are gonna get are not gonna be able to craft the 5-star stuff anyway. And you can just keep crafting the 2-star stuff because the materials that you get in that area are 2-star material anyway. Everyone wins. There's no problem. I just wish somebody told me that, because being able to make different stuff at different star levels, that would have solved the problem for me. I'm gonna do undercover buzz, because why not? Might as well get some supply drops while we're doing this. And I made it so it's private, it's no fill, because I'm just gonna be here dicking around. Am I doing more damage? I am doing slightly more damage, but again, I think the big difference is going to be from the affliction. I guess I'll go with a hammer first. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so down to about 30% health. Did you see that? You see how it's stunned? Did you see that? Look at that. See how it's stunned? Wow, on the first shot, that's really cool. But I mean, that's how this hammer is designed with the perks. It's to just stun them, essentially, and buy more time. Wow, that's a lot of dudes. I don't know if I feel comfortable about that. Maybe I feel more comfortable about it now. Oh no, that's a taker. That's a taker. Oh shit. I don't want to do this with that. Oh, I definitely want to kill you. Yes. Oh my god, I look like a really good player or something. I look like I know what I'm doing. I can't believe I actually made that shot. Hold on a second. I don't want to. Hold on. Can you just please? I need to make sure I kill you so you don't steal my soul. Oh my god. I should just get my regular weapons out right now at this point. Okay, there's also another ranged guy. I'm just trying to kill all the ranged attackers. Oh my gosh, through the rock. I am so good at this game. Okay, so I'm gonna do the hammer hits a little bit. Wow, this group has ice and fire. That's fucked up. Okay, so those guys are all stunned when I do this. Look at that. That's really cool. But now let's use the scythe. Here we go. Watch. Oh, they're dead now, but it takes a second. So what if I do this? And I walk away. I missed that guy, but everybody else is dead. Oh my Lanta. I need to look at the damage numbers again, but I'm telling you, you hit him once, they die. Oh my god. How is this a thing? How is this game-breaking shit a thing? Please don't patch this. I don't even know how long it's... Dude, maybe I can actually kill this this taker with a scythe of all things. Usually you do not want to do that. Okay, I don't even know where it is right now. There it is. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna... Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna swap weapons. My favorite weapon ever. Okay, so here we go. Okay, well, that's not much of a test. These guys are ranged, so get them out of the experiment. Okay. Rachel, how are things? How are you doing? So if I even nick them, they're dead. So I wonder, like, is there a point to making a damage? But look at them. I'm purposefully trying not to kill them because I'm trying to experiment. Oh my god. Okay, let's try against this guy. Okay, now heal, 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 heal. Oh my god. So it does do 6 ticks of healing as well? That's just crazy, dude. What the fuck is happening? I cannot believe this. Scratch him once and they're dead. These guys are just one shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I was healing the whole time. That's crazy. Affliction damage that takes 6 seconds, 6 times, making it ×7 damage, also works for healing, which is insane. I don't know why, but absolutely I'm keeping that. We briefly touched the backpack topic. So back to the backpack. Again, you can craft from the schematics that are on the left. These are the filters. These are all the weapons, the ranged weapons that you currently have that are crafted and ready to go. Actually, this one, I picked it up from somewhere. So I'm going to batch recycle that. And is it just that? Oh, this one too. I'm not going to use that. And this one. I wish there was a way to like favorite the ones that you already crafted. And you can easily tell like which ones you just acquired, so I could just easily get rid of them. But I don't know if there's I don't know of a way. That would be really cool, but I don't know of a way. Same way as earlier, you can sort by rarity, level, name. I like subtype, like I said. That way assault rifles are all with assault rifles, pistols are with pistols, shotguns are with shotguns. That's how I like it. That's how I work. But you can change this order. This right here, this screen, pretty much this interface is available while you are in a mission as well. So you can craft your weapons right now using this backpack, using this crafting window, but you can also do this while you're fighting, which is very nice. I think that's very forgiving. I always thought that was very forgiving of Fortnite Save the World. Usually in a video game, you leave the base, you take what you got, that's it. That's all you got. If you needed something else, tough luck. You can't. Not with this. If you wanted to just get another gun, you can craft it on the spot as long as you have the materials. So it's very forgiving. Same with with earlier. Here are the melee weapons right here. You can of course select these and click inspect, and you can look at the stats and also click view again. I love this. So you can take a look at what they, what they look like. A lot of the weapons, I get it because they look good. I'll be honest with you. I think that's pretty important that you like the way that your weapons look. And yeah, here you can also craft your ammunition, which is pretty freaking important because things like this, the energy cells are pretty expensive. So there's also a limit on how many you can carry as well. So with this, I'm going to put R as in Romeo. So now you can craft a bunch at the same time. You can also craft bullets while you're fighting. You push and hold the reload button. That will let you craft, but you're only crafting one at a time. This, it lets you craft all at once if you want to, which is very, very efficient. So yeah, you can only carry so much, and you can see these are like grayed out, X out, Ghostbuster logo out, I guess. And you can't make any more of this because you're carrying too many of that particular type of bullet. But you can put this in storage and craft even more for later. And we will get to storage right after this. So more on that later. So in this situation, I actually sort this by level, because usually my blueprints then are higher in level. So they stay on the top here. And so it's easier for me to just batch recycle and just select and just recycle. All right, so this is where you can see all your traps. You can also craft them ahead of time as well, which I probably should. See, and I'm not going to go over which traps are good and which traps are bad. There are so many videos about it. I'm thinking about doing a video on if you have a particular type of trap, you should place it here instead of here, kind of thing. I might do that because I've been doing experiments of that, and I think that'll be really fun. As I said before, here are the defender traps. Defender traps, there are no levels or anything like that, and they are very easy to craft. These requirements are really not that bad. So yeah, if you are alone in a map and you need to defend a position and you don't have teammates, don't be shy to drop down some defender posts. I have never used these jump pads before, but it's supposed to let your hoverboards go faster and lets you jump from the ground to the roof and stuff. Maybe I should be using these, but be honest, I just don't. Maybe I should. Some of these things require crafting materials that you can actually craft. You can craft the crafting materials on 2 of them. So right here are the duct tape blast powder. I think that back in the day you could not craft duct tape. I think that's the case. I think that was the case, but like a long time ago. So you can only craft 2 things when you come to this ingredients section. The ingredients section, these are all the crafting materials that you have to make traps and weapons. And out of everything, you can only craft 2 of the crafting items, which are right here. Blast powders are used to make ammunition and duct tape. A lot of things use duct tape, including traps. Yeah, you can also find them in the wild. If you see rubber duckies, big and small, they're everywhere. They're even in mines. They're on lakes. They're in houses. Hit it with a pickaxe and for some reason it'll have duct tape inside the ducks. So yeah, try to collect them. Usually if there's one, there's like 4 around them, so you can get a bunch at the same time. So if you see a rubber ducky, yellow rubber ducky, definitely go for it. The blast powder, you need charcoal. The rough ore is pretty easy to get. Every time you smash rocks, pretty much on any level, you'll find them. Coal, however, I at one point had a very tough time finding. There's plenty of videos out there on how to look for these, but the thing that really worked for me is search before you destroy. I used to just use my pickaxe and anti-material charge and just destroy everything because it's easy. I was missing out on a lot of materials by doing that. Now, when I walk into a room like a kitchen or a living room or something and breaking an entry simulator 2026, I just push and hold E for search and I just wave my mouse around, say like the fireplace, and it will pick up things like coal. And that helped me a lot. It's just, I got into a different habit and it's really helped me find things like this. I also heard that in the wild, if there's a campfire, you can find coal. I literally have never found one in a campfire before, so I don't know why. I don't know. I've never seen one before. So yeah, that's the backpack where you can look at your current inventory and craft things and also recycle things. Storage. Now, these might seem a little confusing. Schematics, backpack, storage, resources seem like they are really similar or like the same thing because they actually indeed they cross over. So it may seem complicated. It's not, but I will explain. Because schematics, you have the schematics, right? But if you go to backpacks, you also see schematics and you see the materials and the crafting ingredients and everything. And when you go to storage, you also see your crafted materials and your ingredients. It's like, why are they all what's going on with all that. So with schematics, if you want to upgrade your schematics or get rid of them, make them better, level them up, change your perks, that's when you go into schematics. If you want to craft things, or if you want to recycle things, then this is the place to be, the backpack. The storm shield defense that we talked about, that pyramid structure, you can pull out extra materials if you run out. What that means is right now I have stone, wood, and metal, which I haven't even talked about yet. You can actually take all this and throw it inside the storage, because you can only hold 5,000 at a time in your inventory. So if you want, you can store it in here so you can go get more. That way, if I didn't do that, I won't be able to get any more stone or wood anymore, or metal. But now that I moved it over, now I can go get 5,000 more. When you do storm shield defense, you use a lot of metal. And instead of like using up 5,000 metal, then you gotta leave the storm shield defense. Then you need to go into a different mission and collect metal. Then you need to go back in again. I mean, that's not fun. So I usually just get a bunch of metal first, put it all into the storage, then I start building in my storm shield defense. So yeah, I usually try to have like 2 rows of metal. I've heard people that they don't recommend storing any here, which I think that's crazy. That would drive me crazy. This is a very good feature. In fact, I wish we can store way more than 5,000 each in my backpack, but that's just me. You can also filter this with weapons, the ranged weapons, melee weapons, ammunition that we talked about, and traps. The really cool part about this is your bullets, as we said, the ammunition also has a limit. So, like, let's say I already have the maximum amount of energy cells, because this is really expensive. It would really suck if I go into a mission and I find a bunch of these energy cells, but I can't pick them up because I already am at the max. That has definitely happened to me a lot. So since I'm not going to use a lot usually on a mission, I'm going to transfer most of it like this, and now I can go get more. And if I'm running low and I don't want to go farming, I can get it back from the storage, and it also makes me feel rich. I should do that with the explosives as well. There we go. So I can go get more. The other bullets, they're pretty cheap to make. I'm not too worried about it. A lot of the crafting materials here are very, very important as well. You can run out of space. You can easily run out of space in your backpack with 220 slots. Even at this gadget level, I can still run out of space. In fact, I had to get rid of a lot of rough ore and a lot of nuts and bolts, because I just had rows and rows and rows of them. And I also have I transfer some here into storage so that on a rainy day, I guess, I can pull out some and then craft more stuff if I really need to. Warning for this: if you start loading a mission and you're waiting, you can actually be browsing through these menus and looking at your heroes and all that stuff, and then changing them around, and maybe, you know, changing your hero loadout so that your commander is different. While you're waiting, you can do all that stuff. What you cannot do is the moment you start loading into a game, you cannot change the inside of your backpack anymore. So you can't craft stuff. You can't like, oh, I have too much wood, maybe I need to go ahead and transfer it over. You can't do any of that stuff anymore. So just be aware of that. If you need to transfer stuff, if you need to put things back in storage, if you need to get things from storage, do that first before you begin a mission, before you start loading it. Collection books is closely tied into the schematics and heroes and survivors and such that we talked about before, because you can recycle them, of course, but if you don't have any of that particular type before, you can put them in the collections book. It's basically recycling, but with like an added layer of you get to kind of keep them, but not really. So this guy right here, I can push collect and he will be collected, not like deleted, but collected. It's essentially the same thing as just it being gone, kind of. And you will get the people XP in the training manuals and all that. That's true. And you kind of will not be able to use this anymore, which is also true as well. But you can get them back. It just costs a lot to do so. So this is your collections book. This is basically like your shopping catalog. That's how I see it, I guess. So you can do two major things from this collections book. You can put away your extras, heroes, weapons, survivors, schematics of weapons and traps and such. And you can get some rewards off of that. Select the item to slot, that one. And if you select it, then you can get these things. Of course, if you do that, you will no longer be able to use this hero. That's why you want to favorite them so you won't accidentally collect them. But if you do, then you'll get collection book XPs and you'll get rewards as well every time you level up. And they're pretty fucking good. A lot of people are like really into collecting everything and filling up everything in the collections book. So, that's fun too. Me personally, I look at it as a way to get new heroes and schematics. So the second thing that you can do is you can actually get things from here. So let's see. Autumn Queen. I actually have the epic version of this, but let's say I want the legendary version of this, right? You can hit the recruit button or push R as in Romeo. Also, you can preview items so you can actually see what they look like as well. And you can recruit them. And it will tell you what it takes to recruit. It is not cheap. Usually it is not cheap. Like this is kind of a big deal. Training manual, you got to recycle a lot of stuff. Heroes, defenders, survivors. I think they all go into training manual now. So that's a lot. 3,000 is a lot. Also, legendary flux 100, that's a lot, because even if you have the gold for it, every week the max you can get from a store is 50. So that's basically 2 weeks of waiting to get her right now. But it is possible. This basically becomes a shopping catalog. You can see all the units that you can get if you don't have them, and you can recruit them. And you can do that also with schematics as well. And that's where the real fun parts are. So like assault rifles, you're like, oh, I want this assault rifle, or like, I want this shotgun. See, okay, I already filled all these up. And you can look at things like really cool weapons, military weapons. I got my Bobcat from here. I did this and I clicked research and I got this twice. So yeah, that's how you get that. I also got the obliterator here as well. This is the one that can shoot through walls. So yeah, you can see all the different weapons. The vendor tech weapons are really cool. The one that I use all the time is this one, the disintegrator. Very, very cool. Very energy efficient. So yeah, you can go in and kind of shop around basically. And this is one of the big motivators for playing Fortnite Save the World, because you find one that you really like and you're like, well, I guess I want to get it. So I'll go get some schematic manuals and I'll get gold for legendary flux, and then I need to upgrade it. And a big part of the game, for me at least, is looking through this collection book and seeing, oh, I saw some dude using this weapon. I want one of those too. And then you go get it. It's really fun to look at the collections book. Resources. These are the special resources that are not used. These are completely different than making traps, making weapons, all that kind of stuff. This is more related to kind of your account, really. And it's not just for individual items. So these items that you see, we were using to level up things, heroes, and also items. Storm Shard, Pure Drop of Rain, all that. Llama tickets or X-ray tickets. We use this in the exchange shop, which we'll go over later. Epic perk up. When I was changing my perks and upgrading them, these are the ones that we get. Pretty much all of these are from missions, if you just do missions regularly. If you want to change your perk to something else, like I did, I wanted to change things to affliction, you use these. I burn through these a lot, so I try to do missions that have these as well. And probably one of the most important things besides the vouchers right here, where you can get characters and weapons, is the legendary flux. Because again, you can only really get 50 a week. Every Wednesday when the shop resets, you use gold and you get 50. Pretty much you should do that every week. It's very, very important. And it's not something that you can just get all at once later on when you really need it. So yeah, basically if you have that, you can mostly get things from the collections book. And also if you have like an epic character and you want to turn it into a legendary, you can do that as well. Usually I don't really recommend doing that. You can just find whatever it is that is already legendary, because that's expensive to use flux, but you can. So yeah, that's about it for now. You don't actually do anything here. I guess you can with the XP, because then you can do this and it will automatically take you to boosting your friends' XP. But generally speaking, no, you go to the schematics window to actually use the reperk and all that. So it just gives you an idea of what you have and how much you have of it. These are especially important, like superchargers. If you have superchargers to like make your schematics and heroes super strong, they will be here as well. I just used my last one recording this, so I don't have that anymore, but it would have been here. Let's go to research. This part is new. It's old, but it's also new at the same time. Research, convert found items into schematics. So research basically is really nice now. It used to be really horrible. Research was this thing where you got to log in every day and it helps you get your gadgets, and it's really slow and it was frustrating. Now it's something completely different. If you just do missions and you find items, you can choose one of them to become a schematic, because you find weapons, traps all the time in missions. There are glowing animals that you can shoot at. There are, loot boxes. Enemies drop them. You find them all the time, but you can only use it one time, and that's it. Unless it's a weapon, you can use it. But once it breaks, that's it. You can't modify it. You can't make more of it. It's just a one time. It's a temporary thing. Not anymore. So now, if you actually do the mission, if you're not AFK, if you actually do the mission, the things that you picked up in the mission, you can choose one to keep permanently as a schematic so you can print out more. And the really crazy part of it is, depending on which missions you do, these perks are already leveled up like crazy. Like I said, getting these perks leveled up is like the main time sink of the game. And the fact that you can just get these now is insane. Like, essentially, if you're lucky, if you go in a mission like this is like 4 days worth of work, something like that, roughly, that they just, it's right here now. And it's pretty fucking amazing. Maybe I'll actually get the melee weapon then, because this one is really good with impact. So yeah, this is my first time actually picking a weapon for one of these things, but sure. Yeah, dude, these are so perked up. It's fucking crazy, dude. And this costs nothing. It's free. You just can only do it once. You can only pick one per mission, and you click convert. And by the way, and it's leveled up too. It's insane. That single click right there saved me days and days and days of work. So yeah, research, really cool addition. Every time you do a mission, just come back here. The only exception is ventures. If you're doing ventures, doesn't apply. Nothing will show up in the research. But it kind of makes sense, because even if you're a super low level and you're still in the beginners area, you can start doing ventures immediately and go like super high level in ventures and get weapons that are super high level all the time. So yeah, I can understand how that will absolutely break everything. So yeah, not if you're in ventures. I'm actually not gonna do too much about lockers, because this is not really a Fortnite Save the World thing per se. This is exactly the same as Battle Royale. But in case there's somebody that doesn't know either one, I'm gonna briefly talk about what is relevant for Fortnite Save the World. I will say this, you pick the skins that you like, and that's the character that you play with, right? Generally speaking, on the locker, clicking here and then clicking this one, but the ones on the right here. And the reason, this is just a personal opinion thing, is because each of the heroes that you finally go through the trouble of unlocking and everything, they are unique, and they even have different voice actresses and voice actors. I like the OG skins for the heroes. For the most part, yes, I agree. So like, let's say you get Jingle Jess, right? There's a voice actor that you get to hear her talking while you are doing missions, which is pretty fucking cool. Also, now when you go to the locker, she'll look like this. And when you actually play the game, now your avatar is going to look like Jingle Jess. And it's cool for a lot of different reasons. Somebody can look at your Jingle Jess and be like, oh, I know this hero. It's a Outlander, and it's really good at using Teddy deployable turrets, because that's what she does. And you can tell that, oh, you probably got this during Christmas season as well. But you can't tell that all that if you just have a skin. You can't tell that. But this hero actually has a meaning, and you can tell what it's about just by looking at it, and other people can too. And you have a unique experience, which I think is really, really neat. There's a couple other cool things too. Depending on the quality, the rarity of the hero that you get, you can also edit their styles. This one, you can have a hat or no hat, but that's because this one's always legendary. Pathfinder Jess, like I said, she was my main for a very, very long time. Locker. So the cool thing about this is you can change this. Depending on which Pathfinder Jess you had, if you had an uncommon one, this was the only color pattern you could have. This is what she looked like. But if you then found a rare one, you could choose between the rare one or the uncommon one. You had the selection to do so. And if you found an epic one, you can choose out of one of three, and one of them could have been this. And if you have this one, you can have it with headphones as well, or no headphones. That's the part that I got stuck with. And if you have legendary, there it is. Legendary with headphones. Or legendary without headphones. I usually like it with headphones. A lot of these heroes also come with their own backpacks, which is pretty cool. So these are the skin backpacks, but if you have Pathfinder Jess, then you can have the Pathfinder Jess backpack, which is unique to her, which again, I think is really cool. That's a Fortnite Save the World thing. You can actually see and pet other people's pets, which is really cool, but I guess that's because they're your teammates. Wraps are cool and everything, but it kind of hides the weapon you have exactly, but also the element that you have. So unlike in Battle Royale, in Fortnite Save the World, like I said, we have fire, water, and nature, but also energy. And depending on the element that you have, the looks of your weapons change. Like if you have a fire element on your weapon, it will be on fire when you're using it. And the wraps kind of cover that. Some of them are even animated, so I don't know, but I usually don't use wraps because of that. There is an exception to this that I do recommend, which is this one. The special wrap might be kind of cool to use. So if you don't know, in Fortnite Save the World, if you do certain missions, you can get a hoverboard. Everybody can get hoverboards. It's a really nice way to travel very quickly across the map. If you change the wrap, then it will actually change the hoverboard, which I think is pretty cool, because the hoverboard is cool and everything, but it kind of looks duct taped together normally, and it doesn't look that neat. But if you wrap it, it looks pretty fucking cool. Also, it's a really cool way to match your heroes. For example, Fragment Flurry Jess is like a teal color outfit that she has, and it matches really well with a snowboard. It looks like a snowboard with this because she has a snowboard outfit. You can use this so that your hoverboard matches your fit. Here, you can change your lobby banner as well. And this is the banner that people see behind you when you're loading in, especially when you're done with the mission. It will also show as well. I have the original soundtrack, even though this isn't exactly the original, but it's kind of close. Wow, can you guys believe it? We're actually to the exchange store now. Holy shit, we made it. It's only been 6.5 hours. We're finally here at the last part. We're finally here. We made it, guys. This used to be called, I think the name's changed a lot, Llama Shop, but now it's called the Exchange. No, congratulations. Congratulations. This is the place where when you collect X-ray tickets from doing missions, this is where you can use them. There's the upgrade llama, which I'm pretty sure back in the day, you could not see what you're gonna get, right? I mean, that's pretty fucking cool. I don't know why that's a thing, but I don't know at what point that changed, but you can now see what you're gonna get. Before it was a gacha system, if I remember right, you didn't know what the fuck you were gonna get. It was random. Now you actually get to see, which is really, really neat. So you just click one of these, you click buy, and then you get whatever it is on the right side here. These are randomized. So if you kind of like what you have here, once you buy it, all of this is going to reset and you might get something that's far worse or something much better. Have you done missions like gameplay stuff or just UI? Mostly just UI. I haven't really done any. It's just UI. I haven't even done any of that shit yet. I don't even think I went into the game and actually explained the UI there yet. I might not do that right now. I don't know. This has been, I planned on this being a 20-minute recording. I did not think it's going to be 6.5 hours at this point. I don't fucking know what I'm doing anymore, but I am trying to be thorough. Whatever. So yeah, you just click this, you buy, you get it. There is something that I want to show because I didn't know this. If you click this magnifying glass, and you can actually purchase items. For this one you can't because I actually have I'm overlapping extra llamas and tickets and stuff like that, but you can buy multiples at the same time. To eliminate the blind box nature of loot llamas, this change was largely a response to legal and industry pressure regarding gambling mechanism in games. Really? Onyx 2, thank you very much for telling me that. I did not know that. But so many games do it though. But I'm glad we don't. This is great. I like it that we don't do that. I did not know that. Thank you very much for telling me. Yeah, I'm glad they changed that for sure. Maybe trap tunnels and placements is the hardest. Yes, absolutely. But I'm a newbie. Who cares what I say? And there are so many people that are better that already have a lot of videos. But I might do it anyway. Maybe. Trap placement is definitely something that I want to do because it is not intuitive. It is very tricky. It's not what you think. For a lot of the traps, you take a trap and you're like, I'm just going to put it on this wall or this ceiling. And a lot of times, look, now you just wasted it. It's not working right. And that's not intuitive. Doing experiments and actually showing this is the best place to put this particular trap, maybe. And because you buy Save the World and play it, having to buy stuff in the game was pay to win. Right. The loot llamas are for V-Bucks. Right. Which is what I used to do at the very beginning. A lot of the heroes and a lot of the survivors and defenders and everything that I got from here as well. I usually try to skip this until something really good comes up. So I don't really use this. I just save it. The loot llamas. Oh shit, I need to do this right now because this is expiring today. These are the seasonal lunar llamas, and every season this just all goes away. So I'm just going to do this right now. So if you click claim, then you'll do the whole, whacking it like a piñata. I'm pretty sure none of that actually matters because you can click this button, and instead of claiming it 4 or 5 times, you can just do this, and then it'll claim it all at once for you. No swinging swords or anything. So who cares? There's that. Oh yes, this is something I should have talked about earlier. This fucked with me almost, and I almost messed up a really important blueprint, Founder's Raptor, that I almost fucked up. So I wanted to make sure I bring this up. So it's asking you right now, do you want to recycle this or not? I mean, you can just collect everything, but a lot of times they will give you a selection. Do you want this weapon or do you want this weapon? Or it will ask you, do you want this hero or do you want this hero? How do you choose? How can you choose? Because you can't leave this menu. You can't check what you got. How do you choose? I didn't know this until recently. It's clearly an indicator right fucking here, right there, that I didn't know. It says right here that I already own 3 of this. So I can safely recycle this. It's okay. If I were to choose between 2 of them, I can see if any of them says owned 0, like I don't have any of them, might want to get it. Also, if it says owned 1, what if you have one in the collection book? Would it say owned 1? Yes, it will. I just found this out as well. Meaning, if it says owned 1, it's possible that you don't actually have it. It might be in the collections book and you can't use it. So just be aware of that. It's possible that you already owned 1, but it's in the collections book, so you can't use it. So you might want to actually get 1 more. So if it says owned 2, then you're usually good. Just be aware that if it says owned 1, you might not actually have access to any of them, even though you might have accidentally locked it up in a collection book before. So just be aware of that. again, that totally fucked with me because I thought that I should not have picked a particular weapon, and I was really upset until I made it work. But yeah, that's why I have 2 of the same weapon. That's why I have, like, in case anybody noticed, this was a point of shame for me. It's like, why do you have 2 of the fucking Raptor stats? Because I didn't look at it on the top right, and I thought I didn't have it, and I said, I'll go ahead and go with this, and whatever the other selection was, I missed my chance forever. And now, like, literally, I can never, ever get that back anymore. So I still made it work. It ended up being a happy ending, but yeah, at the time I was freaking the fuck out for like a while. So just be careful when you do that. Finally, the items, event shop, event items, weekly items. You use your gold that you get from missions in order to buy these. I don't really get these schematics. I don't think they're that great of a deal. I just get them from missions and stuff. Take a look at this Copper Farmer's Glory. That's cool and everything, but I already have one owned, and I think it's in the collections book. It's a fine weapon, but I just don't like the way that it looks, so I don't really use it. But that's how you can tell. These heroes that you get, basically, if you don't have any of them, it's a good idea to get them, even if they're not like really that great, because 1, it can help you fill up your collection book, and 2, if you change your mind, they're gone for a year. A lot of them. A lot of these are seasonal, and you have to wait a year for them to appear in the store. So it's a good idea to get these. Although Wukong, I've seen him multiple times before. The armory slot, this is how you can get more. Increases the number of heroes, schematics, survivors, defenders that can be stored in your armory. So I actually got all of these. It made it so that I can carry more stuff. It was worth it. Also, Special Forces Banshee is amazing. This one changes every season, every few months. This side changes every week, which is pretty important because of this. Remember, the legendary flux, you can only get 50 of them every week, max. So I definitely recommend at least getting this, because you can only get 50 every single week. You also get weapons that are kind of unique as well. And so I try to get at least one of each. I personally also get the re-perks and the rare perk ups. I've heard that that's not a good idea, that's not a good value, but I mean, I think it is, so I do, because I burn through a lot of that shit because I'm indecisive and I change my perks all the time and I run out of those resources. I already have one of Tank Penny here, so I don't need to buy that one. That's something you should check every Wednesday because it changes every Wednesday. And I think that may be it for all of these menus. So on my script, I have way more to talk about. I think I should make that a different video, because I then have, okay, so how do you actually increase your power level? I think that we should do that in a different video at this point. How do you tame animals? You know? Yeah, you know what? We're going to make those different videos. This was mainly for the user interface. We were able to go through from the main screen to getting into Fortnite Save the World from the very top left icon to the very bottom right. So we went through all the, we went through the first 3 of these tabs, and we went through the last 3 of the tabs today. Basically, each tab was an hour. Or whatever. I think we covered everything. I just found out that if you don't have the F symbol in the top right over in your found, it's because you bought the cheapest one. Oh, so you don't give the 5% party buff if you got the cheapest founders pack. Is that it? I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I just found out yesterday that if you have a team and you're about to launch a mission, and if it says that they have plus 10%, it means that they're a founder. Did you know that? I just found that out yesterday. Because as a founder, you get a 5% bonus no matter what. So it's the normal 5% because we're in a team with a founder plus their 5%. So it says that it's 10% by default. That means they're a founder. I didn't know that. That's one way to find out if the person that's in the lobby is a founder or not. So there we go. There's another one. Again, I'm being like stupidly, unbelievably, unreasonably thorough about every single thing. I understand this is not for normal people. I get that. But I have two goals from these videos. One, if you don't know anything about this, at least I'm making sure that I'm addressing everything, because I'd rather address too much than having a person be like, but what about that one button? That's gonna help me and I don't know how. I hate to be that. So that. And my second goal is, I hope that even if you played this for the last 9 years, there's at least one thing that you found in here that you didn't know. Because I talked about like 9,000 things here. Maybe one thing you found one thing that you didn't know. And if you did, hey, I'm happy if you did. I like to know the reason for everything. I just learning new things. Yep. Because then that leads to understanding. And so yeah, I guess I plan on making a video about the UI, how to do survivor squads from the beginning, how to tame animals, I guess, where to place traps, not like how to use traps, but like where to place traps. Especially stairs. I'm gonna make like a stairs video just for stairs. So that's what I'm planning on doing. This was I'll tell you right now, made like, I don't know, 1,400 videos or something like that, because I just love making videos. But this is like by far the longest recording for any video I've ever done, by like a lot. I've never, like, usually my shit's 30 minutes. I have a 1 hour video, I think, like a 15-minute video. This is something else, and I don't know what happened, but it happened and I'm okay with it. Editing this is going to be absolutely a nightmare or a joy. Who knows? We're going to find out. Who knows? This will take the record. Yeah, I guess so. But thank you very much for being here, guys. Thank you, chat guys, for your comments, your corrections, your input and addition. That helped a lot. And I learned so much just by making this one video. I accidentally stumbled upon a bunch of new things that I had no idea. And yeah, I think that will do it for now. I guess that will be it for this user interface, whatever this episode is. So thank you very much for watching. I'm your host, King Dogsfeed, and I'll see you next time. Is this button gonna work? No. Is this one gonna work? That one's gonna work. There we go. Oh no, I'm not gonna end stream. No way, bro. We're just getting started.